All right, so it is Thursday, January 13th. It is 5:25 p.m. This is the monthly board meeting for the Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board. It's a little odd. We're not currently streaming right now. GovTV is down. There was a server issue with the city, and so there's some problems there. We're going to go on ahead and proceed by taking care of our items on the agenda that don't require action from the board, with the exception of going on ahead and approving the agenda. And so we can rework that. So mission statement is advancing constitutional policing and accountability for APD in the Albuquerque community. And I have a motion to approve the agenda, please.
I move we approve the agenda.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you guys. We have a motion and a second. I have a change that we need to make to the agenda, please. We need to amend the agenda, make a motion to remove item 9A, item 9B, item 9E currently on our agenda, as those cases were not ready for review this month.
So moved.
That was a motion, so are you seconding it, Member Nixon?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barella, if you'll call the roll, please.
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Great. Back to the original motion to approve the agenda as amended. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Varela, will you call the roll, please?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
I'm so sorry, we forgot to amend the agenda to move subcommittee reports up to just under reports from the city. So between items 6 and 7 currently in our agenda. So I guess do we need to undo that last one or can we just fix it?
You can fix it. You can call it to reconsider, amend, however you'd like. Since it was passed unanimously, any board member may do that.
Okay, so then a motion to reconsider that previous motion so that we can move subcommittee reports under reports from city departments.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, Ms. Barella?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0. And one other thing, Chair Galloway, if we could just announce all members present and all those others present as well.
My apologies. Thank you, Ms. Barella. So participating in the meeting this evening is Member Jesse Crawford, Member Dr. Cass, Member Eric Nixon, Member Patricia French, and myself, Member Chantal Galloway. Also with us this evening is Legal Counsel Tina Gooch. And from the agency, Interim Executive Director Diane McDermott, Valerie Barella, Martisa Billy, Katrina Segala, looking to see, and Ali Abbasi is with us as well. So thank you all for participating. And then from various departments with the city, we have Commander Zach Cottrell, Carlos Pacheco with City Legal, Chris Sylvan with City Council, Pastor David Walker, Elizabeth Martinez with DOJ, Acting Commander Jason Sanchez, and Adam Anaya. Okay, so moving on, we did receive public comment. Those comments were distributed to the board ahead of the meeting. Item number 5 on our agenda is review and approval of minutes from December 9th, 2021. I move that we approve those minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barella?
Sorry about that. Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
yes,
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
yes,
Thank you. That motion passes 5-0.
Wonderful. Moving on to item 6 on our agenda, reports from city departments. We'll begin with APD and Internal Affairs Professional Standards Division. Commander Zach Cottrell.
Good evening, Chair Galloway, members of the board. Commander Zach Cottrell from Internal Affairs with Albuquerque Police Department. The report for the month of December should have been distributed to everybody. A couple of the highlights on there this month is that there were 24 cases closed out that were finalized and discipline imposed, and those cases are listed below with the SOP violations and the imposed discipline. There were another 15 cases that were completed within Internal Affairs that were sent out for the discipline review process. We did open 16 new cases in Internal Affairs in the month of December. 15 additional cases were opened for minor misconduct that were sent out to the area commands and other division heads for their investigation. And we did carry over 18 cases in the month of December that are still under investigation that were opened in months previous. Any questions about the report from Internal Affairs this month?
Not seeing any from the board. Thank you, Commander.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next item on our agenda is item 6A2, Internal Affairs Force Division with Acting Commander Richard Evans.
Hello, I'm Acting Deputy Commander Adam and I'll be stepping in for this evening. And I'll present you with some stats here that we have. So for the month of December, we closed out a total of 40 cases. These are force cases. And we had 31 cases that we took over or were called out to on the month of December. It looks like I can give you break down each area command and tell you the number of cases that they had reported. And Foothills had 5, Northeast had 6, Northwest was 3, Southeast was 13, Southwest was 6, and Valley was 8 for a total of 41 for December. And that's pretty much it. That was a pretty average month, it seems like, and we're on track. We're working diligently with EFIT and getting those cases taken care of. Any questions?
Not seeing any from the board. I am being reminded that members of the board did also receive the reports for November as well, since we did not have reports from the city last month. So I guess if there's any questions on either November or December, Deputy Commander and I don't know if you have the November report in front of you.
I don't have it in front of me. I can see if I can get it. I just don't have it. I have been gone. I just got back I've been gone for 3 months of training, so I don't have it with me.
That's okay. Let's see if we've got any questions from the board, because we can always screen share. Not seeing any. So I think we're good. Thank you so much for filling in.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is item 6A3, Quarterly Crash Review Board Presentation. Acting Commander Nick Wheeler was supposed to be here, but if I understand correctly, there was a funeral that needed to be attended by members of the department. And so the report was received by the board and is available for review. Next item on our agenda is item 6B, Reports from City Council with Chris Sylvan.
Good evening, Chair Galloway, board members. City Council report. I know I was supposed to give an update on the selection process for this the board, and I just wanted to ask, do you want the quick process or do you want the long process? I'm happy to do either one.
Personally, I think it would benefit us to kind of know what it looks like from start to finish. So
Okay.
Thanks,
So
Chris.
the long process.
Yeah.
Not a problem. If I can share screen, I can walk you through this.
You should be able to now.
Awesome, thank you. Sure. Okay, can everybody see a board that says Civilian Police Oversight Agency application process? All right, we're gonna start at the beginning right here. This is a flow chart that we have put together with help from a friend of mine who works on the 8th floor in City Hall. He does process maps, and he had done process maps for the APD for a while. And Dr. Ginger really appreciates this format because it really flows and lets everybody know. And I'm happy to share this with the board after I'm done presenting here. But what happens is over here, you have the candidate who puts in the application. And the application is submitted right here. And you follow along the line right here where the selection committee scores the application. And what's going on with that is we have a selection committee and city council, which consists of 4 council staff members: Chris Melendres, who is the council director, Julian Moya, who's the council PIO now, Julia Kuladon, who's the council staff attorney, and myself. I work out of the neighborhood coordination office mainly, but I also do other things for the city council. In order to give fair consideration to each individual applicant, the council staff developed a process in which various factors are weighed in a committee setting, where everyone is judged as objectively as possible, using the same measuring stick, the strength of their paper application in key areas. And the paper application looks like this, and it's scored 60 points maximum, and the application follows right along with the the scoring matrix follows along with the application process. Does the applicant understand the role and responsibility of the Police Oversight Board? Record community service? Will you do the training? Are you flexible to attend? All of these things are scored to help the applicant move forward in our process. And specific criteria of the ordinance were identified with those questions, and they allow us to glean each applicant's relative qualification for each of these criteria. So each committee member individually reviews, considers, and scores applications based on how well they seem to match or advance the application process. So answers are informative, and they're revealing any prejudgments, biased or unbiased perspectives, and to determine the qualities of the applicants will help promote the objectives of the ordinance. We had an internal meeting the other day, and one of the discussion points was there have been applicants that have PhDs and all kinds of letters behind their names, but they have not filled out the application correctly. And that person ends up getting a poor score because, first of all, they didn't follow the process, and we can't glean from them how they will perform on the board. So I wish we were live tonight, because any future applicant, I would definitely stress, fill out the application the best you can and answer the questions as close to how you feel and what you think. So after that part, we go to an interview process where the committee sits down and scores the applicants, and it's taken an average. It's an average of 4 scores, and the highest score on that average is given an interview. So we interview the candidate, that's this box right here, and if they pass the interview, this step needs to be changed right here, but we ask them to complete tasks that are assigned by the selection committee. And what we've done is that task has been moved up. Before we interview the candidate, we ask them to hit 5 different things. We ask them to look at the CPOA board, watch one of the meetings so you can get familiar with what's going on with a meeting. We also asked them to read about the CPOA board because a lot of times, as you well know, the applicant has no idea what the CPOA board is about. So we've been trying to make sure, and Jess, board member Crawford can attest to the fact that he went through all this and got a better understanding. We also asked the candidate to skim 3 websites. We asked them to look at the ABQ Monitor, Dr. Ginger's website. We asked them to look at the NACOL website as well. Forgetting what NACOL stands for, but it's the Oversight website. So people who watch this later, it's nacol.org. And we also asked them to look at the DOJ website. This will glean together everything that you need to know from almost every different perspective. The 4th thing we asked them to look at is the flow chart of standard operating procedures from the APD webpage. It gives the candidate or applicant a good idea of what's involved and what the process is being a board member of the CPOA. And finally, the last part we have them, I found this website very useful. We have them go to smartcasa.org, and that allows you to look at the CASA very quickly and see the different IMRs and where we're at in that process. And specifically, I asked the candidates to read paragraphs 271 to 293, which we're all familiar with, which are the oversight paragraphs. So after that, if the candidate passes the interview, we go down here where, and this is where the part gets slowed down, 2 to 3 counselors, sometimes 4 to 5, interview the candidate to see if they would like to move them forward. And if the candidate is acceptable to the counselors, it moves forward to the next step, which is we're notifying the CPO agency and the CPOA board chair. After that part, we start a background check on the individual to make sure that, you know, they are who they are and everything's good. Background check is passed, it comes down here. And since we've had to put on candidates so quickly because people have resigned or just vacancies have come all of a sudden, we have not been doing this public safety committee part, but usually all of our OCs go to the public safety committee. The public safety committee vote on it, and it moves to a final vote in council. Meanwhile, in between here, when we notify the CPOA board and agency, it comes down to this green box right here where the agency grills, that's not the word I want to use, but lets the candidate or applicant know what the process is and what they're doing for the board. So that pretty much sums up the whole process that we go through. I went through all the yes because, you know, once the committee back up here, you know, moves a candidate forward based on score, we would like to think they hit all the yeses, where they pass the interview with us, where they pass the test that the background committee sets up, where the counselors are good with. There have been cases in the past where the counselors have, the committee has set a candidate in front of the counselors, and the counselors were not happy with that candidate, so we had to start all over. So it's a huge feedback loop that happens all the time. Right now, we reached out to, we saw 8 applicants that we were really interested in, and we interviewed 4 of those applicants. They scored pretty well in our interview after we compared notes. And now we're in the process of interviewing, setting them up with interviews in front of the counselors. And the process has been slowed down because, as we all know, the council has changed and new counselors have come on, and getting their schedules and getting the applicants in front of the new counselors is rather difficult right now, but hopefully by next month, council meeting on the 6th, we should have something going. With that, I stand for questions for this part of it.
Thanks so much for making that available to us, Chris. Dr. Cass, I think I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Are there objective criteria for passing the interviews, both with the council staff and with city council? And then what constitutes a rejection before they're sent to council by anyone? I mean, how many counselors have to object to a candidate before they're forwarded? So essentially, though, I'd like to hear more about what the interview criteria are and if there are objective standards associated with those interviews.
Chair Galloway, board member Dr. Cass, let me answer the second question. It's just up to the individual counselor how they feel the applicant will fit on the board. I mean, to answer your question, let's apply to all boards, because the council has a right to thumbs up, thumbs down, no pun intended, on any applicant to any board, and they can have their own reasons behind it. As far as the objectivity of trying to move an applicant forward, that's why we have 4 people scoring the application. That's to make sure that, you know, say, okay, I'll give this away, but I score applicants a little bit higher than the other committee members. I noticed when I look at the scores, and I think that I'm one of those people that, you know, when I used to work in the public schools, I would give higher grades. I was grade inflation was one of my things that I would do. So, you know, we balance that out where, you know, having 3 other people will knock down my score a little bit further. But at the same time, there are always applicants, and this has happened in recent time, that we have a list of just north of 140 something applicants. And anytime a new applicant comes in and puts their application, if they score high enough based on all the people that have ever scored in the past, that applicant's moved to the top, irregardless of how long people have been sitting in the queue.
So I'm still curious about what are the objective standards that are used to essentially score an applicant by the staff. Say you gave a box there where if they pass an interview with the staff, you know, then they're continued. So there's an objective. Is there an objective test that you use for scoring that applicant to determine whether they pass to the next, you know, to the next stage?
Absolutely. If we back up the application, there's 60 points that you can score on the application.
Yeah, I'm
And
asking about the interview. I'm asking about the interview.
the interview, Chair Galloway, board member Cass, the interview is just like any what's the word for it? Group interview, where you interview the candidate. It's like interviewing for a job. We sit down, compare notes, talk about what we heard, talk about how what they said in their application compares to what they said in the interview. Ask questions that just glean how well they will gel with the board. In fact, I think one of the questions that's asked, and I can't remember who asked this, but I asked it every once in a while. We let them know that this is a high-profile board, and you know, you could be talking to press, you could be talking to a city councilor, you could be talking to several different people who are going to ask you difficult questions about being on the board versus another board like the library board or the urban trust fund board.
I can jump in here just real quick, Dr. Cass. I think that from the get-go, if I understand correctly, Chris, there are the qualifications that are laid out in the CASA that have to be met, right? And so that would obviously bump somebody up, and dependent upon perhaps where in the city they're located might bump them up the list if we're filling a need, right? But then during your interview, are there set questions that you guys always ask every time that might help to compare people a little bit more similarly, I guess?
Chair Galloway, we asked the question that everybody asks in any interview. Why do you want to do this job? Why do you want to be on the board? That's one of the questions that's always asked. And we are open to take suggestions if the board feels that the committee is not asking the questions that you would like to see us ask. I mean, because long and short of it, when it gets down to it, you need 5 counselors to put whoever gets on the board. So that's the marker that we're going for. And that's the other reason to get the board members in front of a majority of the counselors so they can see them, and they won't have to be in a full council meeting where the counselors are grilling the applicant and asking him, why are you doing this? Got that all out of the way, so the butterflies are gone at that point.
Anybody else have any questions? Diane, yeah.
Just out of curiosity, is there any consideration or thoughts about perhaps having either a member of staff or a member of the board be at least involved in that initial scoring process? Maybe not the interviews and all that, but that initial review and score process. Would there be any contemplation of that?
Chair Galloway, Director McDermott, we can consider that. There's a lot of things that the council is open to helping this process move forward. The problem is not the quality of the applicants, because the applicants are there. The problem is just having them express themselves in interviews and on paper. And geographically, as Chair Galloway said, we struggle with trying to make sure that we're meeting those criteria where, you know, men, women, west side, east side, southwest, we're trying to make sure, like with the CPCs, that we're bringing in a diverse group of people who want to be on the civilian oversight board.
Anybody else? We'll go with Councillor Gooch, and then we'll go with Member French.
Thank you, Chair Galloway. Mr. Sylvan, just wondering, do you have any names that are moving quickly or close to being presented to know the ETA for the board, if you have that near-term information? If not, totally understand, but inquiring minds, me, would like to know.
Chair Galloway, Attorney Gooch, your sound dropped out, but did you ask me for names of folks, or, oh, you asked me where we are with the process? I would say, gosh, we are probably a week out from me sharing the names with Director McDermott and Chair Galloway. I would hope by the end of next week, even though we have a short week, I can let loose and say, here you are, here's who we think moves forward. But it could be 2 weeks. But we're on schedule, hopefully by the next meeting, council meeting on the 7th, I believe. I know that put behind the board, because the requirement is you have to watch one board meeting before you're actually sitting on the board. So these folks will be seated in March, but the calendar just didn't line up.
Member French?
I'd just like to say, Chris, I think that was an excellent presentation. I like the way that you guys are vetting the members. I don't think it's a good idea to have any member from the board or any member from staff scoring or doing anything else. It could appear to be a conflict of interest. It could appear to be favoritism. If you know the person, somebody could accuse you of scoring them high because they're a friend of yours. So I like keeping the board and the staff out of the process. And then whoever you guys select will sit on the board, and it was your selection and they went through the selection process like I did. I think I was interviewed by 6 or 7 counselors. I know I had 7 or 8. So I like the process you have, and I don't think it's a good idea to involve staff or the board.
Chair Galloway, Member French, thank you for that comment.
Any other questions from board members? Okay, Chris, I think what might be helpful is if there are how you all score. You kind of gave us an overview, but if there's anything that's written as to how you score those interviews, or before they get to the interview, when you're looking at the applications, that might be helpful. And then what kind of questions are being asked of candidates might be helpful. If that can be included when you send this flow chart out, I think that would help us to know if there's questions we think that should be asked that aren't, and be able to provide you with some feedback that way. I think that would be helpful. And mainly, I don't know, maybe not for everybody, but because this is very, very different from the process that I went through, and very different from the process that I suspect member Dr. Cass went through when he joined, since we went through that process about the same time. There's one more thing that I can't recall. So, moving the review of a board meeting to prior to appointment. We've only done that once, right? With the last candidate. Okay. All righty. All right. If there's no further questions, then I think we can move on to the Public Safety Committee report.
Okay, Chair Gallo, thank you. Members, no Public Safety Committee report. We haven't had a Public Safety Committee meeting since November. And the council just elected their president and vice president this week on Monday. So the committees have not been formed yet. And the scheduling of the next Public Safety Committee meeting it's to be determined. By next Wednesday, we should know that. One note I want to make up, I want to back up to City Council side. I know there are 2 sides of the coin, but the CPOA ordinance is going to be heard at full council on January 19th. And what's going on with that is that's just a discussion. I'll send out a reminder to the board and others that it's the ordinance will be heard at that meeting. And then that ordinance will be kicked to Public Safety Committee meeting where it'll be discussed again. I don't know how many iterations it'll go through in the Public Safety Committee meeting, but it won't see final action next Wednesday. It'll be the first hearing at council.
Good to know. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions about any of that? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Chris, so much.
Thank you.
All right, next up on our agenda is item 6D, reports from the mayor's office with Pastor David Walker.
Chair Galloway and the board, good evening. Let me again wish each of you a happy new year. This is the first meeting we had in this new year, and there is a report that I have to share with you. First of all, as you all may be aware, that at the end of 2021, December the 30th, The superintendent of reforms, Sylvester Stanley, retired after 40+ years in law enforcement. So therefore, that leaves the city of Albuquerque with conducting a national search for a superintendent of reform. At the present time, DC Eric Garcia is acting as the superintendent, and Commander Zach Cottrell is acting and serving as the deputy superintendent. It has been posted. I'm not quite sure how many responses that they've had, any applications that they've received at this time, but there is a national search being conducted by the city of Albuquerque and the mayor's office to fill that position as superintendent of reform. That is my report for tonight.
Any questions from members of the board? Yes, Member French.
Pastor Walker,
Aye.
will the citizens have access to how many applicants applied, or at least know names, location, that sort of thing? I'm not asking you to reveal their resume, but will there be a report, or will the citizen know how many applicants?
From my past experience, Member French, from my past experience, the city has been very transparent with those that they have received applications and consideration for the position. And I would be assured that they would do the same thing even with this process as they conduct a search for a superintendent. I don't have that information at this time, but I'm sure that they would be more than glad to share that with you. If they did, as they did with the chief of police, some of us may have been asked to be in the interview process and interviewing those candidates for those positions. So as soon as we get that information, we'll be more than glad to share it with you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Pastor Walker.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. I probably should just make note that we are live now. For those of you who may be watching live, the city did experience some technical difficulties. So we do have the beginning of the meeting recorded and will be available probably pretty quickly after tonight's meeting. Next item on our agenda is a report from the city attorney's office. Do we have anybody here? Carlos, are you going to handle that for us?
Yes, ma'am.
you.
So you all know Mr. Aguilar is out on FMLA. He will be out on FMLA until April, I believe. And so the acting city attorney will be Kevin Morrow. And so actually, I don't have anything as far as the city attorney's report because because Mr. Morrow probably didn't know about today's hearing. I don't think Mr. Aguilar was expecting to go on FMLA today. He was expecting to go at the end of the week. And so I don't know if I was out of order for my turn. I just saw it on the agenda and jumped at the chance to hear my own voice. So I don't have anything with regards to the city in general. I believe Pastor Walker spoke to the superintendent search. And I think and Mr. Sylvan spoke to the ordinance going before city council. And I believe that those are the two big issues. Yes, Ms. Gooch did ask a question about the IMR 14 hearing. We did have the initial IMR 14 hearing in December. That actually ran out of time, and it's being pushed onward to February 9th at 1:30. That'll be by Zoom as well. And I think that was going to be an opportunity for the amici to have their voices heard as well. And so I believe that Zoom link will go out. And so that's February 9th, 1:30, and it should be by Zoom as well. And so thank you, Ms. Gooch, for bringing up that point as well. Any other questions? Oh, Ms. McDermott, did Steve mention anything about the board roles training? Oh, yes, the training. So I believe that the city attorney's office had offered the training for January 8th. I think that was in consideration of Mr. Aguilar going on FMLA later this month. He's now on FMLA. So I think we're going to just have to work on those dates. That's going to be a moving target, and I'll circle back with Paul Hadel and to find out, and I'll coordinate with you all to find out what would be an appropriate time frame for that. I think the offer for the training would still stand. It's just a matter of coordination. Any other questions?
I know there was some discussion about possibly waiting until we have our new members in place. Sounds like that won't happen before March anyway, so I don't think there's a huge rush.
Yeah, and so that is a good point. Perhaps we wait until you all get staffed up, and so I don't have a firm answer on that, but that's not a bad a bad suggestion.
Any other questions from members of the board? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you, ma'am.
All righty, next item on our agenda is an update on CPCs with Kelly Mensah.
Good evening, Chair Galloway. Good evening, honorable board members. We are just getting started for the new year of 2022. Unfortunately, we missed our first meeting. We had 6 of the 7 members of the Southwest Council who had various issues from health to family problems, and they just couldn't get a quorum on to broadcast the meeting. So we're working to remedy that problem and get a good meeting going for February. We had our Foothills meeting a couple of nights, so that went pretty well. Pastor Walker, we welcomed him in a meeting to working with the CPC on a part-time basis with our recommendation staff, trying to get our recommendations ingrained with different departments in the city when they do come up from CPC staff. And that has been a source of contention amongst the CPC as to exactly how to get recommendations that are not rooted strictly with APD into the hands of who needs them with the city and other government agencies. So I think he's doing an excellent job in that. Continue attendance in the weekly block parties. We have an excellent large event coming this weekend on Saturday downtown with the MLK celebration. It's going to be March. It starts in University and ends up down at City Hall. And we're going to be attending this event. Hopefully we can sign some people up. And we're going to have events, COVID, and also weather dependent until the end of February. So that is an exciting possibility so far. We have 3 new chairs, one in the Northwest, that's Marcella Duran, and we have 2 in the Northeast, that's Roy Turpin and also Francine Lopez. In the Northwest, Jeff Miller, who was the interim chair, stepped down, as did Vicki Williams, who's a long-term chair from the Northeast. So we're going to bring those people up to par little by little, starting with the Council of the Chairs next week. We also have 1 vice chair that's going to be in the Foothills. That is Adalia Luchina, who's something she is Southwest, the Valley, and the Southeast are have elections, and we're going to see what happens with the leadership in those groups. We are going to be meeting with the Council of Chairs next Saturday. We'll be discussing, amongst other things, recommendation, budget, general CPC policies, and marketing and outreach. So this will be the first time all these new chairs come in and a couple of older ones. So we're hoping to get some new energy from that. And we have 7 new candidates to interview in 3 councils, and we're hoping to increase our membership up closer. We've got 46 now. We're hoping to get up closer to say 50, 55 people in the long, short term. So that is my report today. Thank you very much. I'll stand for questions.
Any questions from members of the board? Seeing none, thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome. Have a nice evening.
You too. All right, last item on item 6 of our agenda is the executive director report with interim director Diane McDermott.
Good evening. I did send it to you in email. Hopefully you got it. I know it was on the later side, but we did open 24 CPC since the date of the last meeting, which was December 9th. We did receive information on 16 driving complaints since the date of the last meeting. These are predominantly coming from 311. I did provide to you the recommended discipline for the cases this month. If you wish, I can list them, or if you want to go through, I guess for the public's benefit, I'll go ahead and list them. So we had 15121. There were 2 different SOPs that recommending 56-hour suspension. CPC 15921, there was 1 SOP that was a verbal reprimand recommendation. CPC 17021, 1 SOP that had a verbal reprimand recommendation. CPC 17421 had 2 SOPs for an 8-hour suspension, and CPC 21421 had a 1 SOP for a recommended 16-hour suspension, and 22421 had a single SOP for an 8-hour suspension. The things that factor for people's benefit is severity of the infraction. Each SOP has a sanction level, and so there's different sanction levels assigned to different SOPs. It also is based on discipline history that would be for the employee. So some of those things can factor in why something was heavier on some of these situations. In terms of moving away from that, we had a new investigator that started in December and has recently now started working cases. So he's to that point. We have another one that will be starting next week, and then our 3rd investigator will be starting at the end of the month. So we are finally getting the staff that we need to process cases. The court has granted an additional session. We've already talked about that, to review the monitoring report and give the amici an opportunity to present their letters and concerns. So if you wish to attend, please send me an email. We'll send out the list, make sure that everybody gets the invite that they need. The 23 budget issue papers were submitted to the budget process, and requests included things like money to increase contractual services such as possible mediation, translation services, and then we did ask for more funding for the CPCs. The monies for New Mexico closed captioning are being shifted from another area of the budget to cover the remaining costs for FY22, since the current allocation is almost exhausted. The contract is being increased for FY23. I'm working with HR to get the policy analyst position drafted and posted. The timetable I really don't have for once that's solidified, because HR has their processes they have to go through, but I'll be monitoring that closely and involved in that. It's definitely necessary to show some movement, because the budget committees have said that if there are vacant positions that, they could risk being removed for funding. So just making sure that we have movement and showing that we're actively trying to fill out. The letter for the board that the board approved and delegated to be drafted for the CAO regarding an increased office space. We've kind of put that in a holding pattern because they sort of crossed paths between budget people actually reaching out to other people. And I'm actually getting now some responses from some of the folks in the city that have control over that. So just kind of monitoring that, seeing if we get feedback. And then if we do get a point where it sort of stops, then we may have to move forward with what the board had approved, or tweak it, of course, for that. the NACOL, National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, for those that might not be familiar with the acronym, that occurred in December of 2021 in Tucson, and members French and Cass were in attendance and several staff. 2 members did express interest in attending the NACOL webinar that is happening on January 19th, and we've registered those 2 members. The last thing that I wanted to just mention is something to put on your radar for future discussion is we're having challenges getting back some of the equipment from some of our resigned board members. We've experienced long delays in the past. So the purpose of this is just to, again, have you folks consider as volunteers, what would you feel is the best way to agree, or what would you agree to before being appointed that would perhaps return some of this equipment if somebody either finishes their service or leaves prematurely. So it's just something to kind of put on your radar and think about for future discussion. And then I stand for any questions.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
I have a question.
Member French, and then we'll go to Member Nixon.
Thank you. So Diane, last month, there was a motion passed on sending a letter to the CAO about case 122-21. I think it was the outcome of that, on the status of that. Could you give me an update on that?
I did reach out to the CAO's office. I've asked them a couple of different times. I did get a response today. The CAO's office apologizes that they have not had an opportunity to complete the review. They do tell me that they will have a deadline. I asked for before they asked when is the next board meeting. I told them the date. I said I need it the Friday before so that I'd be able to update, and you guys can actually review the material that might be provided by them. So they should be returning it to me no later than February 4th, I believe it was the Friday. So
Okay, so was that a verbal request from you or a written request that they responded
I've both
to?
emailed and called.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Sure.
Member Nixon?
Director McDermott, I had a quick question for you. What would you recommend? I would like to get a report on the attrition rate at APD, excuse me. And would that be something that we could add to one of the report outs, perhaps from one of the commanders, area commanders, or lieutenants, or is that something that that information that you could get? And to keep it very basic, that would be an ask of, okay, well, how many cadets are in training, who's in training, who's coming out, and then of course who's leaving. At that point, we would be able to get something like that.
I would have to, now Ali Abbasi, our data analyst, is on. I don't know if he knows off the top of his head if that's easily accessible. If not, then we'll have to research that and figure out what we can do to get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Ali, do you want to jump in?
Yes, absolutely. Chair Galloway, Member Nixon, I think the best way to go about it is asking APD HR, I believe, can't recall the name, but they have up-to-date information regarding number of personnel at APD.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Member Nixon, if there are specific questions that you can email to me that you would like asked, then we can send that over to our partners at APD to be able to provide. And I see Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, Chair Galloway. In fact, I think staffing at APD was a topic of discussion by Lieutenant, I may mispronounce his name, Lieutenant Hay, operations at the IMR hearing in December. If I may offer the suggestion of, you may want to reach out to him and see if he would present to the board. His name is spelled H-O-U-G-H, I believe. He's the lieutenant for operations.
Thank you. I've got that down. So if we, Ms. Martinez is saying she can send the report that APD provided to the court at the hearing, so that might be a good place to start. Thank you, Ms. Martinez, and we can review that. And then Member Nixon, if you have additional questions past that report, then if you'll send those out, we can try and schedule the lieutenant to join us maybe next month. Yes, Dr. Cass.
Another point of contact that we were reminded of, and I've forgotten to acknowledge this as often as I should, and that's Jason Sanchez has appeared at the policy committee and offered to be the point of contact for information. And Director McDermott sent out an email to that effect as well, so that I think it's a good path to exercise, and he's certainly willing to do that. So he's repeated his offer, and that'd be another option as well. And so that's my contribution.
And I thank you for it. Any other questions? All right, I don't see any. Thank you so much, Diane. Okay, moving on to item 7 on our agenda, requests for, oh, sorry, nope, I forgot. We moved to subcommittee reports. So we're gonna go on ahead and jump down to what was previously item 10 on our agenda. 10A is Community Outreach Subcommittee. We did not meet in December, and right now the next scheduled meeting is January 25th at 3 p.m. Next is Policy and Procedure, and Dr. Cass, I do believe your committee did meet, so if you would update us, please.
Yes, we met and I submitted a written report, which I'm trying to pull up now, and for some reason it doesn't come up on my computer. But in that report, I identified what the policies that were heard at the at PPRB and the policy review unit. And there's 4 policies that, and then I also identified the policies that were heard that for which we decided we would make no recommendation, as we've been doing, and I'll cover that later in the agenda. But there were 4 policies that I think should be reviewed by the board, and I'd like to call attention to those policies. I can't name them right now because I can't see the report, but it is in the report. They've been called out. They're the policies that have been they're prominent, or they've had there's been some city around them, and so I would recommend that the board all read these policies and be familiar with coming up they are in the process of being reviewed at one stage or another. I can tell you one of them is the overtime policy, which has been a subject of review and audit for years, actually, and there's an extensive rewrite of that policy. It's been before the board, it's been before the policy committee, and so that's one in particular. There are 2 IAA policies which are being in the process of being written. That's the IAFD and the Force Division and the Professional Standards Division, and they're separating what was once a single internal affairs policy into to cover each of the units individually. And can't recall offhand what the 4th policy was, but essentially those are the I want the board to at least be aware that these are policies, important policies that are under review. So that's my report. We meet again in February.
Any questions of Dr. Cass? All right, seeing none. Next subcommittee report would be the Case Review Subcommittee, which is kind of the Ordinance Review Subcommittee. Member French?
Sorry. Yes, we met this week on the ordinance. Unfortunately, due to not having a quorum, it was Member Nixon and myself. I will have a working document for review at the next board meeting. We've just about completed it. We'll be meeting again in the next couple of weeks also to make sure that we've completed it. We've gone through the complete ordinance. We reviewed recommendations from the board. edits and changes made from, I think it was APD forward. We've looked and reviewed all of those, and so we will have that, our recommendation to changes to the ordinance made by the committee at our next board meeting. Well, I'll have you a working document prior to that, so we can discuss any changes that we made or any edits or changes that other board members would recommend or like to see in that ordinance. And hopefully City Council will listen to the people that have been doing the work and have the experience and realize what changes would be beneficial and what edits and changes they made that would help us, and the ones that we don't feel would be advantageous to this board or the citizens of Albuquerque. So we'll have it ready for you at the next board meeting.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Member French? Seeing none, we're going to go on ahead and go down to the Personnel Subcommittee, which is non-existent at this point. I do have some committee assignments that I'll announce later on, and so hopefully we can get that going here shortly. So that concludes what was item 10 on our agenda, reports from subcommittees. We're going to go back up to our case review and back to what was originally listed, item 7, requests for reconsideration. We have 2 of them this month, and we'll start with case CPC 030-21.
Chair Galloway,
Yes.
before we do that, sorry to interrupt, but I would just like to point out that I did find the 4th policy I wanted to present and review. And so before we get too far past that, it's a training division policy, and there's been an extensive rewrite of that policy. And I think it also is another important policy. So I just wanted to add that here. So
Thank you.
Go back on schedule. So.
Thanks, Dr. Cass. All right, so back to case 030-21. This is the case that we tabled last month. And so I would see if there is a motion by any of the board members as to what to do with this.
I'm sorry, what is the question again? I mean,
this is a request for it's a request for reconsideration. So the board can grant or deny the request. And Ms. Gooch, if you would like to read for us and for the general public what the requirements are for granting a request for reconsideration.
Sure. Chair, honorable board, the board has 3 criteria it can use to grant a request for reconsideration. 1, a policy was misapplied in the evaluation of the complaint, i.e. the APD policy or policies that were considered by the board the wrong policies, or they were used in the wrong way. 2, the findings or recommendations were arbitrary, capricious, or constituted use of discretion. The APD policies considered by the board were chosen randomly. They do not address the issues in the complaint, or the findings of the board had no explanation that would lead to the conclusion. And finally, number 3, the findings and recommendations are not consistent with the record evidence. The findings were not supported by the evidence that was available to the board at the time of the investigation.
well,
I
I don't know if we can discuss it if there's not a motion on the floor, but before I can make my decision, I would like to ask a couple of questions. So can I make the motion to reconsider so that I can get some questions cleared up? So I'll make the motion to reconsider. What is it, case 030-21, or I'm not looking at it. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, go ahead, Member French.
Well, the complainant sent in a couple of questions, and I had the same questions. The dates of the request with the officers and the dates of his complaint. I believe he said the dates that the officer got their investigative letter was prior to the date of his complaint. I believe I'm looking at the same one. And also he asked, I think he said that it said he was anonymous, and he was not anonymous in his complaint. But my biggest question is, why are the dates to the individuals that were going to be interviewed prior to the date of his complaint?
Ms. McDermott?
Yes, Chair Galloway, Member French. So there was in this case file material a memo that explained all of that. But just to give you a refresher on that, a complaint was received by anonymous complainant about these issues. Mr. Arison filed a complaint quite a bit later. So most of the target letters and information had been already sent out prior to receiving Mr. Arison's complaint. However, they were the same issues, the same incident. And so his, which is typical, is combined. We combine complaints with, if it's all about the same issue and the same situation. So that's why in this case, when the letters were originally sent to the targets, it was anonymous because it was anonymous at the time. When the interviews occurred, the information was also provided that the additional complaint came in. And the same with the, yeah, I mean, that's mainly it, that there was a second complaint that came in, which was his, well after the investigation was already being initiated. Was there another question? I thought there was another question you asked and I forgot.
Yeah, what authority was that, right? I mean, that's what I'm questioning on that. I did see your letter that says an anonymous complaint came in. I didn't see that anonymous complaint or the date of that complaint. It may have been in the documents. I was reading more of the investigation itself. But where is the authority? Where does it say that you can combine those two cases like that? Mr. Arison thought he had a case. You're saying there was an anonymous person who filed a complaint and it was similar. You said that's the practice, but I can see his confusion on, I filed it, but the dates of the letters were prior to the date I filed it. So I'm not saying that can't be done, but I'm saying, you said, where is that written that you can combine cases like that when they're from two different individuals?
I would have to research if it's actually written anywhere, but it is basically the standard procedure because we have the CPC number and we'll have potentially multiple complainants. Like we've had that where a different issue occurs where we had several complainants because it was something they observed on YouTube. So we're not going to open a separate individual CPC for each of those incidents. We combine them into one incident. So this was a similar situation to that. Mr. Arison was informed of that in the process. I know he had the questions. He was informed of that a while back. So as to exactly when he was told that, I don't recall. I'd have to look it up. But so it is a standard practice. It is because also separate files, of course, require all the extra generation. So it is just typical to combine it if it's over the same exact incident, and they do receive their own separate letters, however. So let's say there was multiple named complainants in this situation, they would receive the same outcome, but we wouldn't generate whole different separate files with separate numbers. I hope that makes sense.
It does, but you see the confusion. So my question again, and I think you already answered it, was Mr. Arison given that information of what date the previous complaint was made? So there wouldn't be any confusion why the dates were predated, the interviews were predated his interview, and that there were two complaints on the same incident. Was all that explained to him so there wouldn't be confusion on this? And I think you said yes, but you don't know when.
I do know that the information was provided. I would have to research back in the various email communications to know exactly what dates and what specific information, but I know he was told that there were the two separate complaints and that the previous complaint, the anonymous complaint, predated his.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Thank you. I think that answered both of my questions based on why was his anonymous and why were the interviews predating his original complaint. Thank you.
Thank you, Member French. Member Crawford.
Yeah, I just thought I'd say a couple things generally about this request for reconsideration. I spent quite a bit of time reading over, the investigation report as well as the request that we received, kind of trying to see if I could put together anything that seemed like it could be kind of substantive as far as affecting the outcome of the investigation. I didn't feel that I did, and that'll be, reflected in my voting, but I did want to say both of the reconsideration requests that we have on our agenda, it felt to me like one factor in the reason for those reconsideration requests was sort of related to the information that the complainant received in the public record letter about the disposition of the case. So, I don't know that I've thought this out fully enough to have a real concrete recommendation right now, but it does seem like there may be improvements to that letter the complainants receive that would kind of reduce the number of these requests that we get. I think one issue in this case is that it was maybe not apparent enough that there had been multiple complaints received about the same issue, and you can see how that kind of creates confusion when the investigation had been triggered by an earlier complaint. And then I'll probably mention this when it comes on the agenda, but in the second case, we have a somewhat similar issue where it seems like the letter that was sent to the complainant kind of didn't fully reflect the work that the agency had done. So it's something to keep in mind, and it's something that I might try to look into later, but there might just be an opportunity to make those issues clearer to complainants when we send those letters.
I believe Interim Director McDermott has a response to that, and then Member Nixon, I see you. So as soon as we finish this, we'll jump over to you.
Just a brief historical, because Member Crawford, I know you're newer on the board. Previously, letters were far more detailed that went to citizens. The board had initiated a request to have a more standardized brief letter form like this. And so, that's what we've been going with, because that was what the board had requested at that time. In the majority of cases, it would be sufficient. We have made improvements. Through discussions with the investigators and things like that, we've been trying to put more information in the comments section of the letters. So perhaps those of you that have reviewed them for a bit now, you've seen maybe there wasn't much in the way, and now we're trying to put more. So we are trying to expand that to make it clearer. But unfortunately, there are some cases, such as the couple that you're seeing now, that have fairly extensive either multiple dates or multiple issues. And so it's pretty basically impossible to capture those types of investigations in this format. So they're unusual or rare, because like I say, most of them, it's pretty satisfactory, especially if we make efforts to put that information in there. But these, when we're talking several dates and things, it doesn't work as easily. So that's all I can kind of give you as a perspective, if you choose to take this issue up later and change the decisions and things like that.
Thank you so much. Member Nixon.
So two things struck me in looking at the findings letter was whether or not there was a violation made. And I guess that's the question, because Mr. Arison is saying is there was, and our findings are that there was not. So that was the one thing. And the other thing is this a matter of statute of limitations or time running out as to, and I'm talking to 115 what is that, 115.21 or something. I'm talking to that one, or 030-21. If it's a statute of limitations that's running out right now, or is it actually looking at the violation based on the accusation from Mr. Arison as far as what had occurred? I mean, because in the findings it says that he wasn't even chief at the time. So I mean, I guess where is the hang up on this case? That's my question.
I'm so sorry. I don't know that I understand it, but I see a couple of hands raised. So Member Crawford, is yours related to Member Nixon's question, or do you have another?
Yeah, anybody that can give clarity as to what's in question as far as whether or not this.
Yeah, I apologize. I raised my hand for a different reason, although now that I'm speaking, I will maybe offer, it is definitely a factor that both of these are getting, I hate to say stale, but it's kind of hard to get more information about them at this point, so.
Director McDermott.
Yeah, I mean, I will try and maybe clarify or understand the question for sure, but so the case was investigated and heard by the board, and the board made its decisions. And then that letter was sent to the complainant, and then the complainant is requesting the reconsideration. Council Gooch had read those criteria in order to grant the reconsideration. So that's where we're at. When you're talking about statute of limitations, I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. The case is done and investigated, and this is now the request for essentially an appeal or request for reconsideration process. So that's a different thing. And so it's just whether or not the board feels that the complainant has met the criteria as to whether or not you wish to grant the reconsideration or not. I don't know if that answers your question, but I'm not
That's
quite sure.
That's exactly what I was hoping to get the answer to. Thanks.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Member Crawford.
Yeah, I apologize. I left this out before. I was actually just looking at my notes about this request, and I did see one thing that I wanted to ask. This is probably a question for Director McDermott. One of the things that the complainant brought up in their request for reconsideration was that there was an individual in this investigation who I think had been initially interviewed as a witness, and then the complainant said they were kind of converted to a potential target of the investigation. I can understand that's going to happen, but I was wondering if Director McDermott could just speak a little bit to how investigators kind of differentiate people who are witnesses versus people who are potentially going to be, subject to a disciplinary recommendation, and if there's any kind of policy around how that decision is made and how it changes during an investigation.
So I'll answer both in a general way and then the specific. So to answer specifically, I think perhaps it's reversed in terms of what you're thinking. The individual that the complainant believes should have been a target was in fact a witness and remained a witness. And the specific reasoning for that in this particular case, again, was laid out in that particular memo, but to sort of recap it, the original complaint that had been received alleged certain things against high-ranking officials in the department. And so when the investigation was initiated, that was the original focus. Then when Mr. Arison's complaint came in, he had alleged different things, the same things and some different things. And so the different things were considered into the investigation. When we looked at this specific incident, the decision was that this particular officer, the only one left employed by the department, because everyone else had long since retired before this was even filed by Mr. Arison or by the other complainant, then the decision was that this officer, who had already provided some explanations for why he did not take certain steps, especially regarding the warrant, in consultation with, at the time, Director Harness, who was the director at the time, there was a conscious decision to not target this particular officer because there was concerns that there might be a view of it being retaliatory. There were concerns that we didn't have enough evidence to support some parts of this to sustain it. And then ultimately, even if it's a lower level complaint, the particular violation that might have occurred for that particular officer. So that specific decision was made in this specific case. Now, in general, to address your general question, There will be times when citizens will name certain officers, and so we might think that they're initially the target. We do our investigation and realize perhaps the citizen was mistaken, or they got the wrong name, or they thought it was, whatever, they're mistaken in some way, shape, or form. So if we initially targeted the officer and then realize, no, it's not you, we're going to convert you to a witness. Okay, that's the one scenario. The other scenario is, and we try and avoid this. So if we're not sure as investigators, more often than not, we will send them a target letter and convert them to a witness, because it is easier to do that than say you're a witness originally and then all of a sudden realize you're a target. Can it happen, and does it happen? Yes. The officer is notified that this is what's occurring and why. But in general, if we're not sure, we will more often than not send a target letter and then convert them to a witness, if that answers those questions.
Yeah, I think that does. Thank you very much.
Do we have any additional questions about case 030-21 and the request for reconsideration? Seeing none, Ms. Varela?
Member Crawford?
I'm sorry, I just want to be perfectly clear. This is a motion to grant reconsideration.
It is.
Looks like that's correct. No.
Member French?
You're muted, Member French?
Sorry, yes.
Member Galloway?
No.
Member Dr. Cass?
No.
Member Nixon?
No.
That motion failed 1-4.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Varela. Next item on this agenda is 115-21, also a request for reconsideration. Do we have a motion as to this case?
I move that we grant reconsideration in this case for the purpose of.
I'll second it.
Okay, open to discussion. Member Dr. Cass.
Yes, so I just for the record, Jim Larson is a very good client. I think he's also a friend. He's served on the board, and so I'm familiar with him. But I just want everyone to be aware of that there is a relationship here. But this gets, in my view, his complaint. I'm not sure that I understand what the goal of this is, and it gets at the larger question. I think that we've been plagued, I guess is about as good a word as any, as an agency, of having complaints be made from without a time limit and by any third-party complainant. And I think what that has led to, at least in the case of third-party complainants, is that it's hard to find something that satisfies that complainant because they haven't been injured in the situation. And so what we find, I think, is that we tend to relitigate these complaints because someone can bring up an issue which did not affect them and for which we cannot provide a remedy. And so on that basis, I think we need to be careful about granting the continual, reconsideration of cases like that. And this case has been before us in the past, and the question has been raised as to whether they're sufficiently accurate investigation done, or and the right findings were found. But in fact, the case has essentially been resolved, either because the time that's expired between when it was first filed and the current time, and there's really nothing that I believe can come of this that improves the situation for the victim or the potential victim. So my view is that in general, this is another case like that it's been investigated as well as it can be by the agency. The findings were done in good faith and reasonable, and there's no real remedy to, that can be found if we reconsider this case.
Member Crawford.
Yeah, there's a similar story here. I spent a long time looking through this case again. This is a case which is both particularly complex, and I think, it's probably safe to say that everyone on the board shares the feeling that it was pretty unsatisfying, what happened in this case, but that it's been hard to identify ways that the board can be effective in changing the outcome. I am very hesitant to grant reconsideration to this case because I don't, not because I'm happy with what came out of it, but because it's hard for me to see how further investigation is going to result in a different outcome. One kind of more minor thing, which I've already mentioned, is that the request for reconsideration in some ways specifically deals with the records letter, which was sent out. And taking a look at the records letter, I think one of the problems here is that the records letter might give someone an impression that this was given only in a very cursory look because the officer involved was no longer with the department. But there was in fact a much more thorough investigation which was conducted, and that just might be an opportunity to improve those letters in the future. So I'm not super happy with the situation, but I don't know that there's a productive outcome to reconsidering it.
Director McDermott?
Yes, I just kind of wanted to dovetail what Member Crawford was saying. I mean, I totally understand in this particular instance that the letter, doesn't give a full breadth of what was done. The board has had the benefit to see that all of these different dates were looked at, all the different videos were reviewed, all the different reports were reviewed, all of those different things. And the letter says that, but it says it in the form of checkboxes versus any kind of narrative information. The initial anticipation was that knowing that Mr. Larson tends to submit IPR requests, that he would probably have the benefit of that. Not to say that that's required for him to have known, but that's the best option we had. But unfortunately, because of the nature of the complaint, and it involves a child, there are many exclusions for public information. So it's my understanding a request was made, but unfortunately he did receive a heavily redacted file basically from the clerk's office because of the legal requirements of that. So, the problem is a lack of specificity in terms of some of what the requests were. There was just the concern of, well, what happened? And something must have gone wrong because we had obviously a bad outcome in this situation. This was all based off of a CYFD lawsuit filings, basically. So, I just wanted to dovetail. I can totally understand why the concern about this, case for the complainant, because the letter just didn't give a lot of information, but it was limited by what we had the options of in this particular instance. But, as the board hopefully saw that there was quite a bit of information that was reviewed in this case. So.
Member French.
That's my concern. It's not that on the previous one I voted reconsideration, because I think the information when they put in IPR requests, when we send out our letters, leads them to believe that maybe more could have done, or we didn't do it right or correctly. And so, that's my thought. We need to, as a board, review those forms, review what we're saying to these citizens making these complaints so that they won't have these type of questions again. I'm like Member Crawford. We could improve our process and our documentation that we're sending to these complainants so that they're more brief and they understand better what happened and why.
Any other comments or questions from board members? Okay, I'm in total agreement. While I wish that this case didn't end the way that it did, I don't think that there's anything that the agency could do differently to appease, to satisfy the complainant. I do think, though, as I mentioned when we first heard this case, that there is possible policy work and policy recommendations that can be made. And while I did see that that has kind of been put on hold in the policy committee, I do hope that that comes back and is revisited, because these cases occur far too often for there not to be holes and opportunities for improvement somewhere. So that's kind of my shtick with this, and I'll probably preach that message till the cows come home. Director McDermott.
Again, I just wanted to dovetail on what you said. No matter what finding the agency puts forth and the board approves, the board is always open to do any kind of policy work. And I think there is enough material for this case and other cases that give the board that opportunity. So I just wanted to restate that, you know, certainly the door is not shut on any policy work or revisions that the board wishes to do.
Thank you. So again, we're going to go on ahead and take the vote on this, Ms. Varela. This is a motion to grant the request for reconsideration.
Member Crawford,
No.
Member French,
No.
Member Galloway,
No.
Member Dr. Cass,
No.
Member Nixon.
No.
That motion failed 0-5.
Thank you. I do want to make note that we did receive public comment from the complainant in this case, requesting that information be read into the record. I'm not going to take the time to do that, but it will be a part of our minutes. So it will be captured in the record. Okay, moving on to item 8 on our agenda, review of our typical CPC cases. First one up is administratively closed case 175-21. Do we have a motion from the board?
I'd like to move that we accept the findings of the investigator.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Varela?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Varela. Item B are unfounded cases 156-21 and 177-21. Do we have a motion to one or both of these cases? I'll move that we accept the findings of the unfounded cases 156-21 and 177-21.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Varela?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. And that motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Varela. Item C is exonerated case 166-21. Do we have any motions?
I move that we accept the findings.
I'll second. Any discussion? Member Crawford?
Yeah, I had a question about this. I was kind of looking in the SOPs to see if I could answer my own question, but I haven't been able to track it down if it is in there. We periodically get complaints, including this one, that are related to traffic accidents where the person is kind of unhappy with the resulting report. One of the things that very often comes up is that there are witnesses who were not noted in the report and from whom statements were not collected. So I guess my question to anyone who knows is, what's APD policy in that area? I have a vague recollection that I may have read somewhere that it's not typical for PSAs to collect written statements if there weren't injuries, but I couldn't find that again. Does anyone know?
Director McDermott?
So I don't know everything off the top of my head, and I apologize if I had gotten the question a little earlier. I could have probably researched that for you. But basically, there is a policy that talks about accuracy of reporting. It generally means for criminal cases. When it comes to traffic accidents, it is dependent on what the officer observes. I'm trying to recall, we've had a couple of different traffic accident cases. I'm trying to recall if this is one where the information was available or not in that case. So I guess I shouldn't speak because I don't remember on that part because I don't recall. But just in general, there are some policies that talk about accuracy of reporting. However, just to let you know, this was one of the policies that was in front of the APD PNP. And I did raise that concern and that issue regarding accuracy of reporting and how should it be put in policy specifically related to traffic crashes, because we do get these kinds of issues. Of course, the citizen has a right to file an amended report themselves. They can file a supplemental on things like that, and the APD will attach that as the formal part of the report. But again, back to the whole accuracy thing of a traffic report, I think there's some policy enhancement that needs to happen, and I believe they're working on that process. But for this specific case, I would have to research a little bit more just to say why it was exonerated versus something else. But if I recall correctly, it's somewhat because of the vagueness of what was provided and the vagueness of the policy, is best I recall.
Yeah, thank you for that. I don't think I have any particular concerns about this case. It just seems like, one of those things is kind of a frequent cause of complaints that we get. I'll probably do some more research into that myself, and I might reach out to you if I'm not able to figure out what the current details are.
Dr. Cass, I see you looking to jump
Yes,
in
thank
there.
you. Yes, so that SOP is SOP 246. And I think it's good to raise the issue of what SOPs are, affected by these cases. And so I just want to encourage that. And I'm glad you brought up the question. So thank you.
Any additional discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barella, will you call the roll as to exonerated case 16621?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you so much. Next item on our agenda is exonerated and unfounded. We did have expectation of somebody appearing for 150-21. Do we have anybody in the waiting room?
The only individual in the waiting room is actually for next section, which is 173-21.
Okay. Okay. Then do we have a motion as to whether to accept the findings of 150-21, 165-21, 171-21, all or any one individual?
So moved.
Motion to accept the findings
Of all of them, yes.
of all of them. Thank you. I'll second that. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barella?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you so much. Next item on our agenda is item 8E, exonerated, unfounded, and administratively closed. Case 173-21. And Jamie Nelwood, is that who's waiting for us?
Correct.
Wonderful. If you will go on ahead. Hi, Jamie, are you with us? Jamie?
Hi, Jamie. Can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Can hear you. Yes, ma'am. Hi, welcome.
Hi. Sorry,
We are glad you were able to join us. We are hearing your case right now. It's CPC 173-21. And if I remember correctly, you get 5 minutes to address the board and share with us any information you would like to about your case. Your time
Okay.
will begin when you begin speaking, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, I can go. Can I go now? Okay. Okay. My name is Jamie, and I was brought here to do an internal investigation because my 2 twin nephews are in the residence that I had provided to. I can't remember his name, but the cops have been there 10 times within 2 months, and CAYFD was never involved. And that was why my old cop friend said that the cops have a COP that they need to follow, and that should have been followed, and it never was. And so that's why I brought it to you guys' attention, because when I went to court, I have no standing with them. So there was no way to prove him unfit, but it's all in black and white with the police, with APD, never filed with CYFD. So I'm wanting to know if, for my case, if there's a way to get it to CYFD with all those calls. I did provide the guy that did email me the first time with all the calls I had, the spreadsheet of all 24 calls within, I think, a 3-year period, all to the same residence, all for mental health, arguing, and then my nephews being there, and then the calls had that he had guns in the house. So it's a really very bad concern for me to have my nephews in that house.
Okay. Can certainly understand your concern, Ms. Nelwood. And have you provided that information to CYFD?
Yes, I've contacted them 3 times. Nothing's ever been done with them. I never got no letter. So this last time I finally got a hold, the 4th time actually, now that I've got a hold of a director there, did the same thing, sent him all the calls that I had, sent him the list of all the calls, and they had me do a statewide intake. So
Okay.
now I'm waiting on.
Okay. Does any member of the board have any questions? Okay. I'm not seeing any. We have reviewed the investigation that's been done by the agency, and we will come to a decision here tonight whether to accept the findings of the agency or reject them. And you will be notified via letter from the agency as to what those findings are, okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
How do I leave it? Oh, there it goes.
All righty. So we have this case before us, 173-21. Do we have a motion as to how to proceed?
Motion to accept the findings.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, I mean, the fact that there's some movement now, and she went through a 4th time of trying to contact CYFD, and they're making movement on it. I feel a lot better about that, especially if she has a concern about children.
there.
Sure.
So it sounded, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like there's finally some movement on this, regardless of, you know, whether it goes to this channel or not. Did anybody else pick up on that, or did I read that wrong?
Hopefully you're not wrong.
Yeah, okay.
Member Crawford?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, I've been kind of keeping a list of cases that I think involve these child protection issues. There's been a little bit of talk of this so far within Policy and Procedures Subcommittee, and this is definitely one that I've put on my list for closer review from a policy perspective, because it definitely seems like we can do better in this area.
Any other comments from members of the board? Member Dr. Cass?
Yes, and I wonder if that is the best remedy at this point. If there's if there appears to be a solution going forward where CYFD is now called or on notice, and we consider it, you know, and then we take the harder look at the policy committee, if that's the best way to go forward on, and also satisfy the complainant's concerns that CYFD is not, you know, getting involved when they should be, or being called when they should be. So yes, that's my comment.
That's interesting. It's certainly not an avenue I recall us taking before. But I don't know why we couldn't make send a letter to APD making that recommendation to flag that address, and if a similar complaint comes up or issue comes up, that they notify CYFD, just to be on the safe side. Diane or Tina, do either of you know if there's any reason we couldn't do that?
I'd be a little cautious, because you're kind of intervening in a situation. Then you're sort of acting on behalf. I don't know. I guess I'd have to think about that a little bit more. I'd just be a little cautious about trying to insert yourself in making sure certain addresses are flagged or doing certain things for certain complainants, because then it would be a concern of, well, aren't you going to do it for this complainant or that complainant? And, you know, so I would be very reticent to say you should involve yourself in that way. Policy wise, absolutely, but trying to advocate on behalf of any one specific complainant is going to get very sticky very quickly.
I think. Chair Galloway.
Member French, yes.
I somewhat agree with Acting Director McDermott, but we're talking about when it involves a child. And we've had enough of the children, like the previous case we had. I went down to the office and I reviewed that whole case, and it was very disturbing. So I know that the CAD system or the APD communication has a way to flag homes, and they do flag homes for certain things, guns, drugs, whatever. I do think we need to be cautious, but I think that we could put something in the policy that if there is in a certain time frame, so many calls that involve children being there or being involved, that we could ask, do they currently have something in place? Because they might, you know, because CYFD is supposed to be called out when it involves a child. So I think the first thing we need to look at is there currently something already there? And if not, could we as a board look at the criteria that they have of what would be necessary, so that we don't look like we're favoring one over the other, or that we know exactly what we're doing and why. So, you know, we could explain that, but we definitely need to look at what all we can do on policy and procedures or recommendation to further protect children. And I'm not saying APD is doing a bad job. I'm not saying CYFD is doing a bad job. But, you know, I don't think it could be too many people that are looking at protecting children.
This is certainly an area that has come before the board and that the board has consistently, through the various individuals who have been on in the last 4 years, felt like was a significant issue. And so I think that that is indicative of the community as a whole. So I'm happy to see us focusing a little more on this. Ms. Barella did remind me that we do have CACU due to come before us next month as part of the semi-annual reporting and opportunity to have discussions with them. And so we can certainly ask those questions. I think Member French, that's a great idea. Find out what's going on. Maybe the policy committee can kind of take a look at that in advance and just see what's in there before we bring CACU on. Certainly we all can do that. So I think that's a good idea. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Barella, will you please call the roll on 173-21 to approve the findings?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Barella. Next item on our agenda is item 8F, sustained case 151-21. Do we have a motion to approve the findings?
I so move.
Second.
Wonderful. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barella?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes. Sorry, I was on mute.
thank you. Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you so much. Next item on the agenda is 8G, sustained and exonerated, case 214-21. Do we have a motion as to this case?
We accept the findings of the agency in this case.
I'll second. Okay. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, Ms. Barella?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Next item on our agenda is 8H. There are 3 cases with findings of sustained, exonerated, and unfounded. Case 159-21, 224-21, and 174-21. Do we have a motion as to any or all of these cases? Okay, then I move to,
I'm going to accept the findings of all the cases.
okay, I'll second. Any discussion? Member Crawford?
I was just going to briefly state, case 174-21, it kind of brings up for a second time some issues related to social media policy. That's something that's underway in policy and procedures right now. And I've kind of added some extra considerations from that case to what we're working on.
Okay. Any additional questions or discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion to accept the findings of all 3 cases listed under item 8H. Ms. Barella?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Final item listed under agenda item 8 is I, sustained, exonerated, unfounded, and not sustained, case 170-21. I know there was the complainant who had expressed an interest in joining us. Did that individual join us?
They never did, no.
Okay, thank you. So do we have a motion to accept the findings in 170-21? Okay, I'll make a motion that we accept the findings in case 170-21.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barella?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you so much. Before we move on to item 9 on our agenda, is it acceptable to the board to break for 20 minutes? Okay, then we will reconvene at 7:40. Thank you, everyone. So we are back from our break. This is the board for the Civilian Police Oversight Agency. We are getting ready to move to item 9 on our agenda. What was item 9? Serious use of force cases and officer-involved shooting. We removed 3 cases from the agenda as presented. So we're going to begin with case 19-005-1831. Member Dr. Cass, will you be leading these discussions again, or will?
Yes,
Okay.
That's the plan.
Sounds good.
We may want to change that soon, but we'll go with it tonight again. So I just want to say a couple of words about having removed some of the cases that were on the agenda from the agenda, and I'll say more about that later. But right now we're in the process of continuing to smooth the paths of information exchange between us and APD, and Director met with Deputy Chief Lowell, who is in charge of this operation, or the IA information, and a lot of other things as well. And so we're continuing to look for ways to make this a smoother process, and I think we're getting there. But it's a never-ending struggle to get what we want in a timely way. And what happened, I think, in this last case was we had made some requests for investigative files, which is what the board had decided was necessary to investigate officer-involved shootings, because there were certain, a member of the Internal Force Division, IAFD division, that was responsible for getting these files, had an extended leave that we weren't able to get all the files that we needed. So when we get to that part, we'll request the files that we think remain, and we'll be in further negotiation with the Deputy Chief and APD to get our information in a timely way. So starting with case 19-0051831, this is an incident that occurred on June 6, 2019 at 2:30 in the morning on Manal. And the initial dispatch was for an individual, a suspicious person located at 1901 University Boulevard, which is the Crown Plaza. Comments on the call stated a male individual was walking around wearing only a white sheet, appeared to be under the influence of an unknown drug, and was soliciting sex. Comments also advised the individual had walked off the property and was still in the area. Prior to arriving at the scene, a second call was received stating similar information, but gave a location of a slightly different address. So I am trying to find the middle ground between, too much detail and too little detail. And so in this case, I would like to, I think this sets the stage for the reason for the call. The result was that officers came out, attempted to place this individual in an ambulance to get him to a care facility. And there was a struggle at the ambulance, and he was wrestled and handcuffed, and there were some complaints of and so after he was placed into custody, he was placed on a gurney and taken to the hospital for evaluation. The officers sustained some minor abrasions on their elbows and knees, and the individual sustained a minor abrasion on his elbows and knees. And This was IAFD responded to the scene and conducted the on-site investigation. Within this case, there were no deficiencies or misconduct identified by this investigation. The concerns that were identified were that Officer 1 could possibly have minimized the actions of threats of Israel. Officer 1 stated at no point did I feel or observe the individual strike me or kick me, the gravity of my equipment. I feel it was an unintentional act by him during the struggle. The officer reiterated that he did not feel the individual was a threat to him. He never did anything that I construed as him trying to batter me. Due to the fact the individual became combative with officers, pulling a metal bar from the ambulance door, kicking at officers, and obtaining Officer 1's baton from his duty belt while they wrestled to the ground, this was identified as a potential issue. However, I like the perception of Officer 1 is lacking here, and he felt, as he reporting this, feels that there was a lack of perception of Officer 1 and what he felt at the time of the incident. So this concern was submitted to or forwarded to advanced training in incident that occurred at the bottom. So there, so I would the board accept the findings of the Force Review Board in which there was no misconduct had occurred.
I'm sorry, your audio cut out, but that was a motion.
Yes, I move that we accept the findings of the Force Review Board where no misconduct occurred.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion?
Just a quick question. Are we going to read through all these the same way?
I think that what we will, I would like to follow more or less the same path. I think we will spend more detail on the more serious cases. This one I think is one of the less serious cases.
Any additional discussion? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Barella? Ms. Barella, will you call the roll?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5.
Thank you, Ms. Barella. Next case on our agenda is case 20-007-132.
Okay, this this case occurred. Just want to make sure I wasn't.
Forgive me, I think I gave you the wrong case number.
No, I think that's right. That's
is
right.
it? Okay.
Yes. Yes. So this, yes, it's 20-0007132. It also has a second number, which I don't believe is listed by here. So this should go, this serves to identify the case. This case occurred on Thursday, January 23rd, 2020 at 10:50 in the evening on Benavides Southwest. And this was a case where approximately 10:12 on January 23rd, officers were dispatched to Casa Florida Place Northwest in reference to an aggravated assault. Remarks on the call advised there were 4 subjects standing in their vehicles when they pulled out a gun and fired into the caller's house. According to the caller, the subjects arrived in a red Hyundai Sonata, but left in a silver Hyundai Sonata. Upon arrival, officers located a total of 15 9mm and 7.62 by 39 caliber bullet casings. Officers located the abandoned red Sonata in the neighbor's driveway. APD auto theft and the gang unit detectives responded to assist in the investigation. At approximately 14:30 hours, detectives, this is a pre-force, this is pre the event, auto theft detectives located a different occupied stolen vehicle near 98th and Sage, and detectives were able to pop stolen vehicle. It's the same driver of the red Hyundai Sonata, which was abandoned at Casa Florida Northwest. So the occupant of that vehicle identified the subject, the individual that became the individual of interest, and they located the individual, and then they proceeded to follow him in the stolen silver Hyundai to the Benavides address, at which point he left his vehicle and began walking away from the officers. And at the same time, as you, I'm sure, noted on the review of the videos, which are part of this PowerPoint file, there was an aerial surveillance which maintained contact with the individual. At a point, at several points along the way, actually, the individual fired his gun into the air, and the officers were following it at some distance. Eventually, the officer were asked the individual to stop, and he suddenly did stop and turned toward officers while firing his handgun in the air, but towards them. The detective was driving down Anaconda Street and was still inside his vehicle when the individual fired his handgun. So the detective perceived a deadly threat and fired his department-issued rifle 5 times toward the individual, and his actions were not stopped, but he continued to flee from officers. There was a continual walking and firing in the air, and tracking by the video, or by the aerial camera, and eventually the individual was fired upon and was you could see this from the air as well, that he was stopped. He fell to the ground. So the air video showed that showed him raising his arm and firing a shot in the direction of sergeant and officer. The officer saw the individual point the gun and saw the muzzle flash. He perceived this as a deadly threat and fired his rifle twice at the individual. The individual was struck in the neck once and fell to the ground. He stopped firing his handgun, and no further shots were fired by officers. This was judged by the Internal Affairs Force Division that this was a lawful objective, that to effect an arrest, protect the officers or others, and to prevent or terminate commission of a crime. Force used by the officer one was objectively reasonable and within APD policy. Just another note here in his in his MATF interview, the officer described the following. He had heard several shots prior to obtaining a visual on the individual. Turned on the Pilar Street. He requested a light source be put on the individual. At that time, he observed him turn toward himself and other officers, and then observed the individual firing shots at him. He immediately fired his rifle. He stated that if he hadn't engaged the individual, he and other officers would have been seriously injured or killed. So there were the other important points that they made with this in this investigation were that the question of did the officers identify themselves, and that was answered affirmatively, that when they initially contacted the individual, they utilized their police vehicles to identify themselves by using sirens, lights, and an air horn as he walked away. They did signal the arrest or detention of the individual. deal with the de-escalation, which I think is another important factor here. And I'd like to spend, at least acknowledge the de-escalation steps that they took. The on-scene gang unit sergeant used time and did not rush the apprehension. And I believe that's apparent from the video, especially the air surveillance video. The detectives kept at a distance while coordinating a plan to take him into custody. Detectives used the vehicle to maintain cover. Verbal escalation was not feasible. Orders or verbal persuasion, officers did not issue verbal commands prior to using force. This was based on the individual actively walking away from officers and then firing a handgun in the direction of officers. For the same reason officers did not give commands, they also could not give warnings. In terms of Graham factors and the severity of which deal with the severity of the crime is one of those factors. This was a felony, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, auto theft, aggravated assault on a peace officer with a deadly weapon. Immediate threat, yes, it was an immediate threat, given that when he fired his handgun in the air and directly at officers. The two officers said that they thought the individual was firing his handgun. Both said they were in fear of their life or their lives. Level of resistance, this is considered active resistance by fleeing and shooting at officers. The application of the case facts, officers who use force shall use the minimum amount of force that is reasonable, necessary, and proportional based on the totality of the circumstances confronting the officers in order to bring about lawful objective. So these, all of the circumstances, based on the totality of the circumstances, all these force criteria of being reasonable, proportional, reasonable, and proportional. Also review the use of force SOPs, which are applicable in this case at that time. The individual was, after the force was used, the individual was compliant when being taken into custody and into handcuffs, nor in the transportation process. No officers were injured during the incident. The individual sustained a gunshot wound to the right side of his neck. The laceration was not life-threatening. He was released from UNMH after approximately 4 hours. He was charged with 2 counts of shooting at an occupied dwelling, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and aggravated assault of a police officer. He's currently being held at MDC awaiting trial. There were no misconduct violations found, and there were no deficiencies or concerns identified. Final issue identified by IAFD was during the review of force investigation, the IAFD commander noted that on rare occasions, officers have fired through the windshield of their vehicle in response to a deadly threat. He noted the FRB may want to consider this as a good practice going forward. I'm not sure that occurred in this particular case, but it was raised at the Force Review Board. So I would move that we accept the findings of the Force Review Board, that there was no misconduct or deficiencies identified in this action against this individual.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion as to this item? Seeing none. Okay, Ms. Varela?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
thank you. Member Nixon,
Yes.
thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barella. Just a note real quick, Dr. Cass, before we move on. I believe that when we amended the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, I had said that we were removing that case. That was a mistake. It was case D 18-0058242 that was being removed from this month's agenda. It was my fault. I misspoke. Do we need to do anything to fix that, Tina, or is noting that sufficient?
I believe noting it is sufficient.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Kess?
Yes, sorry. Yes, I apologize. I didn't catch that either at the time. Okay, so we are on the same page now, and I just like to say in response to this, or sort of after the fact now on that previous case, it was an officer involved shooting. We have asked that we get the investigative file in those cases, but in this case, given that it was a non-lethal shooting by a very narrow margin, it turned out that I think we had sufficient evidence. At least I felt comfortable reviewing it with the evidence that we had, that and the consequences that resulted from the case. So I just, if any member doesn't feel comfortable with this, then especially, I'd like to be aware of it. And there's nothing that says we can't, have an understanding of how, of when we're going to review these cases based upon the information that we have, and making sure that we're confident in having the information necessary to make a reasonable, objective decision about it. So having said that, we'll move on to 20-009417. This case occurred on January 30th, 2020 at 9:33 a.m. in St. Joseph's Drive Northwest. It involved shows of force of a firearm and electronic control weapon, ECW, empty hand tactics, and ECW's usage in both the standoff and follow-up stun drive mode, or follow-up drive stun mode. So on January 30th, 2020 at approximately 9:30, 911 to report her son was outside her home in violation of a restraining order. She reported he was ringing her doorbell. She said her daughter-in-law was also in the home with her granddaughter. Patricia said her daughter-in-law also had a restraining law against the individual. So officers were dispatched to that scene. And when they arrived, they were, well, before that, the mother had notified 911 that the individual had a knife and was trying to enter the home. So she also noted that the individual was mentally disabled, hallucinates, and thinks the whole world is out to get him. She reported that her son had been in 3 different hospitals in the previous week. She said her son has a TBI and self-medicates. That she also indicated that on previous occasions he had threatened family members with a gun. The Real-Time Crime Center reported the individual once threatened suicide while armed with a knife and once while armed with a gun. One previous report showed he was detoxing off methamphetamine. So I just like to note that integrating information from the Real-Time Crime Center has been an issue that's occurred in other cases where a disastrous result has occurred because the officers who were responding to a call had not had information that could have been available to them had it been timely way from the Real-Time Crime Center, especially regarding mental health issues. And so I think here's a case where the process worked and the information was given to officers in advance of their interaction with the individual or attempted arrest of the individual. Officer 1 and 2 agreed to meet at a station at Namaste and Summerhill Lane and essentially position themselves south of residence in case the individual decided to enter the St. Pius High School campus. They observed him walking to the high school campus and squat next to a fence in the parking lot. And after confirming the clothing and description, they approached the individual and asked him to put his hands in his head and that they needed to speak with him. They knew he was armed with a knife and tried for approximately 2 minutes to convince him to cooperate. He made some furtive movements, and they briefly pointed a firearm at him. That resulted in no particular harm. Let's see, while awaiting for the assisting officers, one of the officers backed up away from the individual several times to create distance and a better reactionary gap, which is part of de-escalation. When the officer one arrived on the scene, officer two retreated even further from the individual. However, suddenly he stood up and advanced toward both officers. And I believe that's evident on the video review as well. The officer two continued to ask the individual to show his hands. He, at one point, then ran toward officer two in an apparent attempt to attack him. Officer one deployed her ECW to stop the individual's action. It is unclear from the video, but it appears Prong struck the individual and the ECW was ineffective. Might also be noted he was wearing a heavy coat. The use of the ECW was deemed reasonable, necessary, and proportional force option. The individual was briefly diverted from officer two after being struck by the ECW prong, and then he was repeatedly told to show his hands. He didn't comply. So eventually another firing of the ECW was done, and there was a takedown of the individual who continued to resist. They completed a follow-up drive stun to the individual's lower back with an ECW, and his second attack on officer two, the leg sweep, and the follow-up drive stun all occurred within a 5-second period. And this was deemed that both officers had a lawful objective to effect the individual's arrest to protect themselves from his attack. The last use of the ECW was deemed reasonable, necessary, and a proportional force option. Let's see, again, the SOP for ECW usage is reviewed. The post use of force after the application of the follow-up drive stun, individual became compliant, was found to be in possession of a folding pocket knife. The responding crime scene specialist noted in her report that Brandon had minor abrasions on his right temple, his left cheek, near his armpit. She noted the ECW prongs did not penetrate his skin due to the heavy jacket he was wearing and the second jacket worn under the heavy jacket. Officer one complained of hip pain after the incident. Officer one sergeant arrived to conduct an on-scene investigation and appropriately contacted IEFT. The individual was charged with assault on a peace officer, battery on a peace officer, and domestic violence charges. His preliminary examination hearing was set for July 2020. Let's see, there were no misconduct in terms of policy violations of criminal law, constitutional law, personnel rules, or administrative rules and regulation. In terms of deficiencies and concerns, there was a training deficiency noted during by the IAFD chain of command review of this case. During the IAFD review of this case, it was noted that neither officer two nor officer one properly referenced the officer use of force narrative form in their reports. Instead, they used their incident report to describe the force they used. The officer should have limited discussion to the force of the use of force narrative form. So in terms of violations concerning the arrest and use of force on this individual, there were none, but in terms of the review of the incident, there was this major finding by the IAFD review during the IAFD review process. So I would move to accept the findings of the Force Review Board in this case, that there was no misconduct or violation of policies by this individual or by the officers making this arrest. So if I could have a second to that, we can.
A second.
Thank you.
Any discussion? That's Member Nixon.
I would just like to make one comment. I think this is a case where I think there's been some clear evolution in the way individuals are treated in an arrest situation. I believe there was no, even though this was quite an active individual who was resisting or fleeing, there was still enough patience showed to where no serious harm came to the individual in what could have been a much more injurious situation for that individual during the arrest.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. Member Nixon, I saw your mic go off. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, and this was case ending in 831, is that correct?
No,
So which
we've
one is
already
it?
covered that one. This one is,
242.
nope, this is case ending 9417.
Now I can understand why you're confused because I'm looking at the agenda. Okay, all right. So 9417, I just wanted to point out because Acting Director McDermott had something. Okay, now that's it. Thank you. I thought I had a comment on something, but I don't.
Okay. All righty, so we have a motion and a second to accept the findings of the Forest Review Board in case 20-0009-417. Ms. Barella, if you would call the roll, please.
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes, I'll try to do this.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. Next case on our agenda is 20-0031-830. Dr. Cass?
Yes, thank you. So this this case occurred on April 16, 2020 at 8:56 p.m. In Plata Road Northwest. And at the time of the incident, the IFD detectives. So this is a bit of a preface to the PowerPoint presentation that was made to the Forest Review Board. And we've seen this in other cases that we reviewed last month, where they recognized that the situation had changed from earlier reviews, and they're careful to note what the various referral, what policies are and special orders are in effect because of their improved review process and feedback into the use of force processes themselves. So this case involved canine apprehension and bite, and it also involved a noise flash diversionary device. There were quite a few findings from this case by or comments by the Forest Review Board, and I will go through those at the end of this case summary. But so let me start through the summary. On April 16, 2020 at 8:56 p.m., officers were dispatched to Circle K located at 5605 4th Street Northwest in reference to a report of two individuals trespassing on the property. The caller identified the individuals as a man and a woman. Both parties had been previously served with a criminal trespass notice. The responding field officer checked the NCIC, and both individuals showed outstanding warrants for their arrest. And they showed the female had a possible misdemeanor warrant and the male showed a multiple felony warrants. And he considered the male to be armed and dangerous. He arrived at the Circle K. They were told the individuals had left walking northbound, and they ultimately located the individuals in the surrounding area near 4th and Solar Northwest. The two walked through a field behind the nearby Sadie's restaurant. One of the officers knew the field led to a dirt trail that exited near 2nd Street. That officer and his field training officer drove to intercept the two at 2nd Street. When the individuals were on the 2nd Street, the officers pulled behind them in their vehicle. When they saw officers, the male dropped a backpack he was carrying and ran south along the ditch before then running west. The officers took the female into custody without incident, and after being placed in the patrol car, she positively identified the male. And at 9:53 p.m., K-9 officers, Officer 1 and other K-9 officers began arriving in the area. At 10:05 p.m., air support advised that the male was still in the same position in the ditch behind 296 Alamos Road Northwest. So there was an attempt, there was deployment of the acting K-9 lieutenant formulated a plan to utilize 2 K-9 search teams. The K-9 officers number 1 team was positioned on Alamosa Road, while K-9 officer number 2 team was responsible for La Plata Road. The K-9 officer was ordered to move to the area near the male's last known location. Air support advised that the male did not respond to the K-9 warnings. The acting K-9 lieutenant authorized the K-9 sergeant to utilize the police service dog. The search team moved from a yard to the ditch bank. From there, they observed the individual approximately 50 feet away, apparently trying to hide in the grassy area. The K-9 sergeant authorized the K-9 officer to release his police service dog. Police service dog located the individual and proceeded to guard and bark. The individual did not respond to the PSD's barking. The PSD was recalled and further K-9 warnings were given. Steve was, sorry, the individual was warned that the dog found him and that he needs to surrender. The individual did not respond. They then tried a flash diversionary device. He remained still, and let's see, and no response to the flash diversionary device. So after the flash diversionary device, the K-9 sergeant reconsidered his options, and he documented reasons for not using other force options and for not closing distance on the individual. The NCIC information indicated that the individual should be considered armed and dangerous. Officers were unsure whether he was armed at the time because the individual made no indication he was going to comply with commands and appeared to ignore the PSD and the NF diversionary device. The K-9 sergeant suspected he was attempting to lure officers closer to ambush them or to create a deadly force situation. Because he was laying flat on the ground with his feet facing officers, there existed the possibility that a 40mm sponge round could accidentally strike him in the head. Chemical munitions were ruled out because the wind was blowing from the south to north, and since he was hiding in the ditch itself, the munitions would likely just blow over Steve, the individual. Okay, so after he failed to react to the NFDD, the K-9 sergeant deployed his police service dog again, and this resulted in the individual being apprehended, grabbed by the police service dog. They then approached the individual and took him into custody. So let's see. So the questions were asked and answered regarding, did they tell the individual they were arresting him? No. Officer engaged their license siren. They used a spotlight. and K-9 officers made announcements. Did they identify themselves? Yes. Officers on the perimeter identified themselves as Albuquerque police. In terms of de-escalation, time and distance were used by way of perimeter and announcements. Police service dog was used to increase the reactionary gap. Skills were not utilized. Orders were given, verbal persuasion in terms of giving numerous K-9 warnings were given, was made. Officers warned the individual numerous times that if he did not surrender, the K-9 would be used to find him and that he would be bitten. Gram factors were that he was not an immediate threat, but there was a felony warrant of resisting and eluding arrest. So the uses of force were deemed reasonable, necessary, and proportional by FRB or by IFE. And the constitutionality of the detention and arrest was also deemed justified or within constitutional guidelines. After the use of force, the individual complied with all orders and was taken into custody without further incident. No officers were injured. The individual had lacerations to his right tricep, right thigh, and the left side of his forehead. He was arrested for 2 felony warrants and was charged with felony possession with controlled substance and resisting arrest. That case was dismissed without prejudice on June 8th, 2020. The acting K-9 lieutenant completed the on-scene investigation and appropriately classified the force. IAFD responded to initiate the force investigation. This is the only use of force documented by IA Pro involving this individual. In terms of policy, there was a policy violation identified. There were no other deficiencies or on the minor. It was a minor policy violation. There were policy violations. So at the Force Review Board, I think this is worth reviewing because this case in particular had an abnormally large number of comments and questions that were asked of the IAFD investigation presentation. And so the first question was, is it IAFD's opinion the use of a K-9 is a form of de-escalation? And the IAFD presenter presumably gave the answer that no, this was a poor choice of wording. Question: how did officers confirm the individual they were trying to contact was the same subject who had the outstanding warrants? The personal knowledge from the clerk at the convenience store and confirmation with the female who was with the individual. There was a concern expressed regarding officers' statement and report advising they believe the individual was trying to lure the officers. The IAFD investigative changes would have completed a more in-depth interview requiring the officer to provide a better explanation. Question 4 was, would chemical munitions have been reasonable to try? And there was this, and the answer was there was a struggle to gain containment on this call due to the lack of manpower, which caused the need for a quick response. If done today, the Special Operations Division would utilize additional SOD personnel in order to slow the response down. A drone or use of chemical munitions to exhaust all options in progression. Question number 5 was, why was air support not used to illuminate the area? Answer: not available at the time. Now the Special Ops Division has the option to use a drone. Question 6, the use of a K-9 was described as safe and most effective way to take the individual into custody. Why was this the case? And the answer was the Special Ops Division is constantly working to improve the use of force narratives for officers to use first-person language in lieu of training policy jargon, the jargon being the safe and most effective way. So calling attention to the use of this kind of boilerplate language. When there is conclusory, or this is question number 7, when there is conclusory or boilerplate language in a narrative, will IAFD clarify the statements with the officers? And the answer was yes, all involved and witness officers are now interviewed on every investigation. Question 8, commended when office, so did a guard when it was located. Not sure this came through in the translation here. The question was there a, I believe, a loud announcement that the individual was located? This was a commendation, I believe, because the officer involved did alert everyone that the individual has been located. Comment 9 was time that from when the K9 unit arrived to when the bite occurred. On the CAD, the K9 arrived at 21:53 and contact with the individual at 22:33. So that would be approximately 40 minutes. Number 10 is the checklist used to determine when a PSD is used. Is a checklist used to determine when a police service dog is used? And the answer is a series of progression used by a special op division is as follows: contain, verbal commands, and de-escalation, elicit a response, use the police service dog as a locating tool, when located, recall and attempt to gain a response, then move to the police service dog. So that's the answer to the checklist question. Comment 11, were the officers familiar with the individual? Unknown, however, no reports indicate they had prior contact. Question division moving forward in their response other than the de-escalation of time, distance, and talking an individual into surrendering. Now special op division gains as much intel as possible in an individual. They use their name while speaking to them, use verbal hooks, dialogue, building rapport to elicit a response and get the individual to surrender. Comment 13, commended the efforts made by the officers even if the individual does not respond, attempts were made. Comment 14, knowing the identification of the individual, why not arrest him later? Special Op Division makes determination by comparing the impact on the community and potential danger to community versus the intrusion to the individual. Due to this individual being an armed robbery suspect with a violent history, Special Op Division determined it necessary to respond. Question 15, any information to confirm the individual was armed at the time of the call? The answer was no. Question 16, if the K9 locates the individual, would K9 back out, treat it as an open air barricade and initiate a tactical activation? Answer, yes, due to the lack of manpower and information about the individual, this would fit the criteria for full tactical activation to provide the ability to gain containment, use the robot for chemical munition deployment, drone, etc. Question 17. It explains first, police service dog did a guard and bark due to the individual being passive. Would police service dog bite if the individual became actively resistant? Answer, the K9 warning is clear regarding the PSD's action. If you move, it will bite. Question 18, why not move up while the PSD is completing guard and bark to contact individual? Without being able to clear the individual's hands, if officers move up, this limits the officer's reactionary gap to use less lethal options. Question 19, is it normal for an individual not to react to efforts made to elicit a response? No, the NFDD has an 83% success rate. And answer B was, this call is considered to be a statistical outlier for there being no response. The final question was, how was it determined the PSD's mouth on the individual's foot was not a use of force? The answer was, watching the OBRD, there was no indication the PSD bites the foot. Moving forward, the handler would be interviewed to clarify what he meant when he said contact. So that's the summary of the case, and then the Force Review Board's finding. And it becomes somewhat of a more complicated case in that this was one of the most active Force Review Board comments that we've seen. And I think they were generally very positive, and it shows a attention on the part of the Force Review Board to ask more probing questions than as they go along and learn their process better. And then it sounds like from this and other examples that they're feeding this back into the appropriate places within the units in terms of training and attempts to clarify operations. So I would move that we accept the findings and comments of the Force Review Board in this case.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion?
Yeah, none of these cases ended in a fatality. Is that correct, Bill? The use of force case?
Yes, that's correct. This is a, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Varela?
Just one more comment. I wanted to give everybody a chance, and that is, as I've mentioned before, K-9 policy has been under review at the Policy and Procedures Committee. We've had presentation by the K-9 unit, and it's a policy that I think there's general interest in. And I think that it's good in this case that it's being reviewed by the Force Review Board, because I think there's generally it's generally good to ask these questions about something where there's certainly the potential for serious harm to individuals, and there's also the reality of having several lawsuits, successful lawsuits against the city based upon injuries received from K-9 units. So I think K-9 units should be under scrutiny, and I think this is a good indication that that's the case.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. Valerie?
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Thank you. Member French?
Yeah, excuse me, yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Okay. Next case on our agenda is 20-004-2176. Dr. Cass.
This case is occurred on May 26, 2020 at 9:36 a.m. At 7440 Jim McDowell Road Northwest. Same review of policies and special orders were made as a preface to this case, given that it was reviewed under these somewhat newer circumstances or review circumstances. The case involved empty hand technique, control, takedown, level 2 use of force before handcuffing. The initial dispatch occurred at 9:36 on May 26, 2020. Manager of the West Side Emergency Housing Center called police to report a disturbance involving one of their clients. Manager reported the individual was yelling, punching walls, and refusing to leave. The manager requested the officers to respond and remove the individual. Officer 1 was dispatched at 10:05. The officer contacted the manager, who requested the individual be removed from the property. The officer contacted the individual explaining staff wanted him to leave the property. The individual insisted he was wronged by the manager and refused to leave. The officer tried for several minutes to convince him to leave. He announced the individual told Officer 1 to arrest him and that he was not leaving. The officer explained to the individual that staff already told him to leave, and now you're being told by the police department you're going to leave. The individual laid face down in his bunk and said, "No, you can handcuff me and charge me." The officer stated he grabbed the individual's right wrist, hoping he could escort him from the center using only low-level control tactics. When the officer grabbed his wrist, the individual tried to pull away. Eventually, he was pulled from his bunk and taken to the ground and handcuffed. The officer tried to assist him to his feet, but the individual refused to cooperate and would not stand. With the help of two staff members, they lifted the individual from the floor and set him in a chair and requested a backup and a supervisor. Once in the chair and during the following 8 minutes, the individual would kick his legs, suddenly try to stand up or twist his body. He did this approximately 20 times. Each time did this, the officer used low-level control tactics to control his movements. After struggling to keep him in the chair, Officer 1 and the staff members moved him back to the floor. While on the floor, and during the next 16 minutes, he would again suddenly kick and twist his body 12 times. Each time, Officer 1 had to use low-level control tactics to control him. It was found that the officer had the lawful objective to effect his detention and escorting from the property, and found that the low-level control tactics were reasonable and within APD policy. He was assisted eventually to the, let me back up a little bit. Officer 2 arrived to assist Officer 1 approximately 22 minutes after Officer 1 had called for assistance. Officer 2 placed a spit sock over the individual's head and asked if he would voluntarily stand up. He refused, and they retrieved a passive restraint system from the patrol car. Arrived while officers applied the passive restraint system. Just prior to speaking with AFR, officers assisted him to a chair. Officer 1 had to use low-level control tactics 3 more times to keep him in the chair. After the AFR told him he did not need to go by ambulance, the individual threw himself to the floor. And Officers 1 and 2 brought him to a standing position, but he went limp and dropped to the ground. They then picked him up under the arms in order to carry him to the vehicle. He screamed in apparent pain, but refused to walk on his own. Officer set him back on the floor. He told him he's going to jail. If he asked if he would walk on his own or make officers carry him, he did not respond. So they tightened the PRS strap to pull his feet close to his body. The officers and the staff member then picked Jeremy up and walked him approximately 20 feet before setting him back down. They were affecting, it was judged that they were affecting a lawful arrest, and the carrying of him was found to be within reasonable and within policy. After the officers placed him on the ground, he agreed to walk to the patrol car. The officers exited the center with him, placed him in the back of the patrol car to await the responding supervisor. Field sergeant arrived to conduct an on-scene investigation and classify the use of force. Low-level control tactics. Approximately 20 minutes after the sergeant spoke with the individual and after he was photographed, he turned face down and began banging his head in the backseat of the patrol car. So after being placed in the patrol car, he continued complaining about how the center staff treated him and officers did not help him. So in review of this case, the questions asked were, did the officers identify themselves? Yes. Did the officers tell him he was being arrested? No. The Officer 1 told Jeremy's staff, asked him to leave. De-escalation, Officer 1 used crisis intervention skills in an effort to build rapport. Officer 1 used furniture in the room as a barrier while speaking with the individual. Officer 1 ordered the individual to leave the center after verbal persuasion did not work. Officer 1 tried to persuade Jeremy to leave multiple times. Officer 1 intent was to escort the individual from the property. Since its takedown was unexpected, a warning was not feasible. Based on the totality of the circumstances, the force was found to be reasonable, necessary, and proportionate. Constitutionality was established that the officers were requested to the center and they had the legal jurisdiction to remove him from the property. The applicable SOPs were reviewed, and there, as far as misconduct, potential policy violation was identified. Officer 1 under SOP 2-56 6F1C had the duty to provide medical attention and transportation. The former IAFD deputy commander noted that on multiple occasions, the individual requested transport to a hospital, but officers did not take him. He was eventually cleared by MDC Medical, but the reason for not transporting him to the hospital was not documented. An investigation was recently opened to address this concern. No deficiencies were identified. One last comment was the former IAFD deputy commander noted that it would likely have been beneficial if Officer 1 had discussed additional resources prior to the use of force. So given that, that's the end of the comment. So I would move that we accept the findings of the Force Review Board that there were no deficiencies other than a noted policy deficiency.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, a policy violation was identified, but it was its duty to provide medical attention. So that's that's the finding of the FRB. So I move that we accept the findings of the FRB.
And I second. Any discussion? I have one question. I don't know if I've missed this in the past or if this is the first time that we actually have seen this, where a secondary investigation is opened as a result of the FRB review. What happens? Do we know what happens with that secondary investigation? Will that information be provided to the board as kind of closing that loop, or?
Well, I missed that. If a secondary investigation was open, I'm not sure that I
About the transporting, not documenting or transporting to the hospital?
It was, I wouldn't call that a secondary investigation. I think this was just a note that this was a policy. It had been violated because he had not acted on this complaint of injury as he should have. And so to see an investigation was reasonable to address this concern. So I guess it was that. I mean, the investigation is around that single concern. It's not a opening of not a reinvestigation of this entire incident. So the way I would read that is that they're investigating this. They're following up on this policy violation, essentially.
I agree with you completely. But do we know, will they provide that?
Well, and this is where we are in, this is the meeting that Director McDermott and I had with Deputy Chief Lowe. We were asking for clarification as to what we should expect from a response or for a response from APD regarding these, our questions. In addition, we raised the issue of how were the follow-ups recorded or reported afterwards. And we've seen references to questions being raised in the Force Review Board review, where they put a deadline on answering a question that wasn't answered at the review of a case, and yet we don't see the response to that. And this was discussed with Deputy Chief Lowe, and she said that she would look into that and see how work on a process to deal with that. So I see this as the beginning of that process. And so we will, follow up on these, on trying to answer these questions that have been raised by force review and should be, and should be resolved at some point. So that's kind of a long-winded answer, but I think it's the process that we're engaged in. And I can't answer we don't have a final answer for that yet, but we're working on it.
Okay, Diane?
Just to kind of supplement some information on that, and I'm still learning this process as well with the whole FRB and everything, but when an issue is identified, a referral to IE is usually done, and so they investigate the case. So to answer your question, would it normally come before you? No, because it would be basically an I case unless as a part of the review of the I cases, there was some desire to look into, which you can do. But just as a normal course, no, but that's exactly what Dr. Cass was saying, that we're trying to figure out how can we make sure that it does loop through and include, so it does that information to the board and the board has the feedback. So it is, as Dr. Cass just said, something that we're working on with DC Low, but I just wanted to add that that's how it works in that process, is that if something is identified, they open this I case and they do the investigation into the other policy issues. That's just the mechanic for it. So.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the board? Seeing none, Ms. Varela?
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Thank you. Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Varela. Last case for serious use of force and officer-involved shootings is case 20-0055810. Dr. Cass.
Yeah, so this case occurred on August 4th, 2020 at 3500 Coors Boulevard Southwest at 11 a.m. And this case also contains a preface about the various changes in the review process and special orders which had been issued. So the type of force involved here was an empty hand technique, which was a takedown with an injury, and so an empty hand control level 1. That the level 3 use of force was the empty hand technique, takedown with injury. To level 1 use of force, resisted handcuffing and empty hand control. So on August 4th, 2020, a field officer observed a vehicle stopped on the side of the Edith near Indian School. The officer observed a male standing outside the truck, speaking with someone on a bicycle. The officer completed a U-turn and pulled in behind the truck. He saw the male move some items to the back of the truck, remove some debris from the truck, and then climb into the driver's seat of the truck. The truck slowly pulled back onto the road. The officer ran the license plate and discovered that the plate was registered to a stolen vehicle. The officer initiated a traffic stop near Edith and Prospect at approximately 10:23 hours, and led north in the stolen truck. This is pre-use of force events. The initiating officer disengaged and called out the last known direction of travel is east on Industrial Avenue from Edith Boulevard. So the vehicle then proceeded to flee at a fairly high rate of speed on southbound I-25, and then and at this time, by 10:28, the fixed wing aircraft had obtained a visual of the truck, and so there was tracking begun that was done by by air. So eventually at 10:32, as the stolen vehicle was driven through the Valley Area Command, Field Lieutenant authorized the use of the spike belt, and the Air 5 called out potential areas for spike belt deployment. The Air 5, the airplane, advised that despite the fact that there were no marked police vehicles in the vicinity, the driver was traveling at a high rate of speed and running red lights. From the point the driver led the traffic stop to the point where he was taken into custody, approximately 40 minutes elapsed. During those 40 minutes, he traveled southbound, then northbound on I-25, westbound on I-40, and then through the Valley Area Command, westbound to I-40, again to 98, southbound to Dennis Chavez Road, and finally to an area near Coors and Rio Bravo. He approached Rio Bravo and Coors. He turned into a parking lot and crashed through a private gate down. So this is kind of a non-chase, but he's fleeing. Trying to get to the end where he eventually jumped a guardrail and a wire fence with detective and state police detective following close behind on foot. The detective warned the individual to stop or force would be used against him. He ignored the command and continued running. He tripped after jumping the fence and fell to the ground. He recovered and continued running. He caught up with him and brought him and pushed him to the ground and put him on his abdomen. After his takedown, he shifted his weight to his side and looked up at officers. The state police officer ordered him to put his hands behind his back. He tensed his arms and would not allow officers to move him behind his back. They grabbed his arm, stopped him from reaching for possible weapons. And Detective 1 stated he had to overcome some resistance to hold his arm. He was effectuating an unlawful arrest of the individual. Other important points raised at the review were that was he told he was being detained or arrested? Yes, he was. Did they identify themselves? Yes, they did, by saying police, state police. In terms of de-escalation, the involvement of the air support allowed officers to use time and distance to slow the response by tracking and announcing his intentions and direction of travel. He was given orders by the detective to stop and get on the ground. There was no feasibility for verbal persuasion. While he was being pursued, he yelled, or the detective yelled, "Stop or force will be used against you." So he was given a warning. In terms of the severity of the crime, he was receiving or transferring motor vehicle felony, eluding felony property damage. So they decided that after he exited the vehicle, he did not pose an immediate threat, but he actively resist. The application of force was applied, or case facts, according to SOP 252-2, which states that officers shall use force, or officers who use force shall use a minimum amount of force reasonable, necessary, and proportional. And this was deemed that, yes, it was reasonable, that it was the minimum amount of force, it was proportional, and it was reasonable. See, constitutionality of the detention was established, and the findings for the uses of force compared to the SOP 252 to the several paragraphs there, and found to be compliance with that SOP. In terms of misconduct, the IAFD noted, the IAFD detective noted there was no OBRD video documenting the spike belt deployment. A misconduct investigation was initiated. So this was a policy violation. There were no violations identified. And the policy citing spike belt deployment is the policy cited here. There were no deficiencies or concerns identified. Other issues identified by IAFD. After the IAFD detective read the individual the Miranda warning, he availed himself of his right to remain silent. The reviewing IAFD sergeant observed that despite the refusal to speak, the IAFD detective asked Carlos questions about his injured finger and shoulder. This resulted in the individual making an incriminating statement. There was an issue in evidence.com with several officers' OBRD videos failing to be automatically updated with the proper case number. This resulted in an IAFD detective having to update the information manually. It also resulted in the deletion of OBRD videos belonging to the stopping officer. The reviewing IAFD acting deputy commander stated in his review that during a recent case review, the FRB recognized the importance of collecting statements, interviews, and or reports from other, i.e. law enforcement agencies when those agencies are involved in a force event investigated by IAFD. The active commander noted this was sent out as a directive to IAFD on October 2020. And there was involvement by, mentioned, I believe, by state police here as well. So the reviewing IAFD sergeant recognized the actions of the involved officer could be considered a pursuit. The IAFD sergeant reviewed CAD's officer reports and OBRD and came to the conclusion that the officer's actions did not amount to a pursuit. The sergeant further noted the importance of analyzing a force incident from its onset and not just from the point immediately prior to the application of force. This helps to provide the totality of circumstances and often creates the chain of events that lead to the decision to use force. I think that's an important recognition at that very last paragraph, and it's it's one that we're seeing more frequent use of. So I think that's good. So given that that's the summary of this case and the findings of the FRB, and so I would move that we adopt the findings and recommendations of the FRB. And again, this is, I'll note that there was this should be a follow-up on this violation, this policy violation that was noted. So.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion from the board?
Yeah, at some point, there's got to be a more efficient way and a better way to get these reports out. And maybe we can discuss that, Patty, we can discuss that in the, with some policies and procedures and stuff, because I mean, I'm assuming that we've all seen the cases. And if we're reading these out for the public who are watching this broadcast, then okay, I understand it, but there's got to be a more efficient way to do this. Yeah, I just wanted to make that comment.
Any additional comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Varela.
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Ms. Varela. Okay. That concludes our serious use of force officer involved shooting agenda item. Next, we are moving on to discussion and possible action items, beginning with consideration of.
Chair Galloway, did you for file requests, maybe just for the record, say that was none, and then H, proposed cases for February.
Forgive me, Dr. Cass, is there any file requests we need to be noting here or voting on?
Yes, I have. I've reviewed the cases that we have, and this is an in process, an operation that's in process. So what I've reviewed, that there are, I think there are 3 officer involved shooting cases that I would like to have the board approve of investigative file request for, and then APD will work to deliver these at their, at the pace that they can. So the cases that that I would like approval for, or request for investigative files are the case 21-0013737, which occurred in 20th of 2021. So, and case 16-0003286 and 2016 on January 11th. And the third case is 18-0058242 in 2019 and 6. It doesn't sound, yeah, that's right, 6/19. Maybe there was a second. So anyway, there are 3 cases, and I think all the board has to do is approve that we approve the request to APD to furnish the investigative files, which includes relevant OBRDs for these cases. So this is the motion that I would propose, and I can furnish this list to Director McDermott, and then I think that's the way we pursue these requests.
Yeah, Diane?
Just quick question, Dr. Cass, can you clarify that last number? Because you said it occurred in 2019, but you've got a 2018 case.
Yeah, I was looking at that. If we can, I'm fairly confident in I mean, I have 2 references to this case, and so yes, I will clarify, but I'm pretty sure the number is right. And so if we can improve the number, we can straighten out what the data is.
Okay, that was a motion. I'll second. Any additional discussion?
Just to clarify, that last case is 18-0058242.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no additional discussion. Ms. Varela?
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. Dr. Cass, do you have any proposed cases for February?
Not yet, not at this time. We're still trying to, work out what's here and what's coming soon, and I expect that we will have, we can certainly get out a list in plenty of time for review, because the files, we won't put anything out until we have the files available. But we're getting to where the cases that we actually have not reviewed, that we have PowerPoint files for, are getting smaller in number. And I want to clarify that we're on the same page as APD with that. So at this time, I don't have a list of cases for next month.
Okay, thank you. All right, now moving on to item 11 on our agenda, discussion and possible action items. First one is consideration of PPRB policies with no recommendation. Dr. Cass.
Yes, I have a list which I lost the I have a list of cases which are by consensus, the Policy and Procedures Board recommends a no recommendation, and they're included in the minutes of the Policy and Procedures Subcommittee. And I will furnish that list separately to Mr. Abbasi, who will then forward that to the Policy Review Unit of APD. So the list, you can find the list in the Policy and Procedures Review Subcommittee report. So I would approve, I would move that we approve that list for no recommendation. Sorry, I can't bring up the separate.
I believe I have it, Dr. Cass, if you want to read it in.
Yeah, if you have it, would you mind reading it in?
Absolutely. So what I see is from the December 8th meeting, SOP 2-16 reports, recommendation of no recommendation. SOP 2-24 hazardous material incident response, recommendation.
If it's from December 8th, that's not correct. It should be the January.
Oh, no, then I don't have that. I have December 8th and 29th.
In the list is in the report, which has been attached to the minutes. So that's what I'm asking for approval. They're identified within the policy report.
Dr. Cass, your subcommittee report that was attached to the materials this month, is that what you're referring to?
That's correct.
Let me see if I can. I can share my screen if you want to take a look at it. I think. Let's see. Is everyone seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. Just tell me where you want to scroll, Dr. Cass.
Keep going, keep going. Right there. So these are the policies listed there. And as I noted in the earlier in the subcommittee report, I've not included the IA professional standards for no recommendation, since I think that's something we ought to review and withhold any recommendation on, because there may be some coming up. But in any case, the ones that I do recommend recommendation are SOP 216 reports, SOP 224 hazardous material incident report response, SOP 229 child exploitation detail, SOP 342 investigation of police personnel, investigation of police, SOP 343 relief of duty, SOP 347 acceptance of disciplinary action, right to appeal, SOP 351 department orders, SOP 352 policy development process, and then 4 policies from a later meeting, SOP 145 family abuse and stalking training team, SOP 203 firearms and ammunition authorization, SOP 293 child abduction, child investigations, and 317 duty assignments and transfers. That's the complete list.
Any questions, or you like me to stop sharing?
Okay, so that was your motion, right?
Correct.
I'll second. Any additional discussion? Seeing none? Ms. Varela?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
thank you. Member Nixon,
Yes.
thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Okay. Item 11B, consideration of proposed MOU between the City of Albuquerque, CPOA, CPOA-B, and APOA on officer-involved shooting and serious use of force materials.
Galloway, Honorable Board. The update I have is the draft red lines that were submitted in your board packet that we received from the APOA's council. The next steps are we are coordinating a meeting to discuss those items with the APOA, and hopefully we will be able to address the concerns and red lines in a mutually agreeable way. I can answer any questions anyone has. That's the current update.
Any questions from anyone? Seeing none, we will move on. Item C is the draft January through June 2021 semi-annual report. Interim Director McDermott and Ali.
I'm going to turn it over to Data Analyst Ali, since he is the one that drafted it.
Good evening, Chair Galloway, Honorable Board, Ali Abbasi, Data Analyst with the agency, and the author of this report that is in front of you tonight. And I ask members for the approval of this report so we can forward it to full City Council for final approval, and then we can publish it on our website. And one thing I want to note is that we are now in compliance with, after this report, we are in compliance with paragraph 292 of the CASA, as well as the ordinance requirement in section 9-4-1-10. And there's since, and that's been since I started with the agency back in 2019. So, and it even goes back, I believe, since 2017. So that's on a brighter side. So, and I sit here for any questions or concerns that members may have.
Member French?
Thank you, Ali. It's a great report, but I just have one question. Could you show me where the board training and the progress of their training is in this report?
So, Chair Galloway, Member French, that is not identified in this report. So, but it does highlight the activities that has been going on in terms of training. Some of the materials that has been discussed during the board meetings, that is listed in section 5 of this report. But there is no training tracking if you're asking that question.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because it's in the ordinance and it's in the policy and procedures. In the ordinance, it says, director shall track training progress for each board member, verify completion of the initial and ongoing training requirements for each board member, and include this information for each board member as part of the semi-annual reports required by this article. In our rules, under 14, it says the executive director shall submit to the board draft semi-annual reports for the board, and it lists them. But number 8 is training progress for each board member. So this is a requirement in the ordinance and our policy and procedures that is supposed to be in the semi-annual report. And I'm not blaming you, but my question is, how have these semi-annual reports been approved by the board members or by city council if they don't have two things that say shall be included? And, you know, there's no way that I could vote to approve this if it doesn't have the required information by the ordinance or our own policy and procedures. So remember, I had asked you to give me the previous semi-annual reports, and you didn't send me the PDF, you sent me to the website. I've researched those too. And I can't seem to find this requirement in those reports. So I'm not blaming you, Ali, but I need a little more explanation before I could ever vote to approve this.
Okay, Chair Galloway, Member French. So the requirement in the ordinance, so when I read through the ordinance requirement, section 9-4-1-10, it does not ask for that information. I believe what you're referring to is in the policies and procedures.
If you look in the ordinance in 9-4-1-5, and then it comes under F5, that's where I found it, but that's okay. I can show it to you, and then it definitely is in the rules on page 26.
Okay, I still do not, I apologize, I still do not see that requirement in the ordinance, but I believe it is in the policies and procedures. But I will definitely keep track of that for the future reports.
Well, how can you ask us to, not you, but maybe this goes to acting McDermott, Director McDermott, how can we approve and report that doesn't have the required information per the ordinance? And maybe, like I said, I just looked up the ordinance on the CPOA board site. I mean, on the website is where I got this ordinance. And then in our same website, our policy and procedure. If we're required to have that information in there, then I can't vote to approve it, and I don't see how any other board member can vote to approve it if it doesn't have that information.
Chair Galloway, Member French, I don't know how that information got into policies and procedures, but again, it's not in the ordinance. And it was before my time, maybe, when it got into the
And I understand that. This is more towards the acting director McDermott. And I can see you unless it's the old ordinance that they have on the CPOA website. When you go down there and it says ordinance, that's where I pulled it from. And like I said, it doesn't have page numbers.
Tina, can you shed some light on that? Sorry, Member French, but she's got the most current copy, so that should be able to put it to bed.
Chair Galloway, Member French, yes, I believe that Member French is looking at the most recent version or the version of the ordinance, not any of the amended versions. And so in looking at the ordinance, it appears that the ordinance requires it and that the policies and procedures track that requirement. I'm not sure how in the past, if it has ever been tracked in these reports, or if there is a way to add that to the current draft. But Member French, you do have the most updated version you are looking at.
So yes, it's in the ordinance, and it's in the policy and our rules. So and Ollie, please don't get me wrong. I'm not blaming you because it hasn't. I couldn't find it in any of them. But my question is, I certainly won't vote to approve something that doesn't meet what our policy and procedures say the director shall submit this. So, that doesn't leave any leeway to leave it out. So, and because I probably wouldn't have even found this if there hadn't have been such spotlight put on the board and their training recently. And with that being said, they should have been getting this in their semi-annual report so that could have been tracked by the board members themselves and reviewed. So I think the agency or whoever put such a spotlight on board training. So that's when I started looking up, where is it documented? Who's required to track it? That sort of thing. And that's how I came up with this. So, or that's how I found this. So as I said, I went back, Ollie, and I couldn't find it on any of them. So I am not, definitely not pointing a finger at you, but I just want to point out to the other board members that this is required in the semi-annual report and it's not in there.
If it's okay, we'll go to Member Crawford.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I until just a couple of minutes ago, I was in the same boat as Ali, where I did not think that requirement was in the ordinance. I found it is in the ordinance, but it's in kind of an odd place, which I think if someone went to the ordinance to find out what was supposed to be in the semi-annual report, they probably wouldn't notice it just because of where it is. I'm not 100% sure where we're at procedurally, but I'm wondering if it's appropriate to just move that we have the draft of the report modified to add the training status so that this will be resolved before we send that report in.
Is that a motion you would like to make?
Yes.
I'll second that motion and open this up for additional discussion. If anybody else has anything you'd like to contribute to this. I'm sorry, yeah.
I have one question. So were these semi-annual reports, and this is to the acting director, were these semi-annual reports, and I know it's before your time too, were they sent to city council and city council also approved them without this required information from the ordinance?
Yeah, everything has been sent and approved both by board and by council. So I don't have answers for you on that either, unfortunately, because it was before my time of paying attention to that aspect of it. So I can't answer some of that, but we can, work to rectify it now, basically.
And where is
I
this
will say,
report located?
I'm sorry, give me just 1 second. I will say that in conversations that we've had with city council and city attorney's office, and Tina, correct me if I'm wrong, because you were with former Chair Olivas and I when this came up. I believe that these training requirements were delivered orally during the semi-annual reports given to city council and may not have been done in writing, but they were provided that way from what I recall of those conversations.
Chair Galloway, Honorable Board, I recall that as well, that the former Director Harness would provide oral reports that included that information.
So it may simply be a matter of how that information was delivered, not whether or not it was delivered. But I think that the idea of including it in our written annual reports is a really good way to keep track of this information moving forward and be as transparent as possible. So I do like that idea and still support that. Member Nixon?
You're basically saying that it was reported somewhere, but it wasn't in the report, Member Galloway?
One of the requirements is that the director has to appear before city council and provide updates at the time that these reports are delivered. And my recollection is from conversations with powers that be in the city, that's how that was done. I can't say that I have attended all of the city council meetings where those were done. So I can't speak to that, but the after conversation is that that's how those things were handled in the past.
And Member Crawford, when you looked at the ordinance, did it say something to that effect, or did it specifically say that it had to be in the report?
It says that it should be included in the semi-annual report, but I'm not sure, when the ordinance says that, I don't know that it specifies in writing.
Well, the rules do. The rules said that it will be a written report for the board's approval. I know we can't go back in time, but I'm just saying that this was a requirement. Since this revised ordinance has been in effect, and and like I said, because of the scrutiny that was put on the board about training, it really shocks me that the agency wasn't performing their part of the requirement pertaining to training and documenting training. So, like I said, it's either we're going to go by the ordinance and the rules, or we're not. And I certainly won't vote to approve it.
Member Dr. Cass.
Yes, I'd like to call the question. I think we have a rational solution offered that we add this to the report and there. So I would support the motion that we add this information to the current report and then, revisit, reapprove or approve it at a later date when it's ready.
Sounds good. Mr. Bassi?
Yes, Chair Galloway, Member French, board members. So I would suggest that we move that section into the report section part where it asks for the reporting requirement 9-4-1-10. So everything is in one place. What we are required to report in the ordinance. And looking at other agencies' report, I did not find any such information in any other oversight agencies that they're reporting that information. And I can say with like almost 100% certainty that this information and the level of details in this report is way more than other agencies reporting. So just for some consideration. So I don't know where that requirement came from, but if you certainly would want me to add that, I'd go for it.
Thank you. Very quickly, Member French?
Well, Ollie, if that's how you feel, since we're working right now on the ordinance, we can just look at taking it out. I don't have a problem with that. We can talk about it in our next meeting.
Yeah, that's certainly an option to present to council for their approval. Member Nixon, real quick, did you have something you wanted to add?
No, we're good. Thanks.
Okay, then Ms. Barella, we have a motion and a second to send the report back to the agency to include training information.
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, and thank you, Member French, for keeping that in line for us. Next item on our agenda is the non-concurrence letters update. And this will be Interim Director McDermott.
Yes, I am happy to report that we did receive a bunch of those back today. So I will redact them as they need to be redacted and have them available for the board's review next month.
Thank you so much. Any questions from members of the board? Seeing none, we will move to IMR 14 status conference update, item E. Tina.
Chair Galloway, update was generally provided to everyone through an email summary that if anyone has any questions about, I can answer. And as Mr. Pacheco noted, there's going to be a continuation of that hearing. We did not get through the entire agenda. It's set for February 9th, beginning at 1:30 in the afternoon. I believe Ms. Martinez from the Department of Justice sent out that information earlier today for anyone that is interested or wants to attend. And I believe that Director McDermott has asked for board members that want to attend to please let her know so that the agency can post a notice of possible quorum and we can RSVP to get everyone the links. I'm happy to answer any questions. I will note that in the agenda, your chair did not get an opportunity to address the court, nor did Director McDermott, but the hope is that at this continued hearing, both get that opportunity.
Any questions from anyone on the board? Seeing none, we will move to item 11F, CPOA ordinance changes and CRC ordinance recommendation. Member French.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at it now. Hold on just a minute. I think I don't have anything on that. I gave my report earlier that I would have the working document for the board at the next meeting. So I'm not sure what you're asking for on this one.
I think it's just that this is where it's held on the agenda. So I think that if there's nothing further to add, we can move on.
Okay.
Unless
Thank
anybody
you.
has any questions. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the proposal to the Department of Justice and independent monitoring team to limit the type of cases appropriate for review by the CPOA. This is mine and Director McDermott's item. And so just to give you a little bit of history, this is something that's been in discussions for quite a while. We had a conversation with Mr. Giaquinto, who is our IMT liaison, and he suggested that we draft something and discuss it and run it by the Department of Justice in the city and see if we can get some traction going on this. So I sent that out in an email, but we can certainly bring it up for review by the board if you guys would like. And Diane, if I can share screen.
You should be able to.
Thank you. I don't see that option for me.
Should be down at the bottom, I think.
Syria, oh, nope, I'm up in fire. All righty. You'll see that? Yes. Yep. Okay, great. So this is the draft. It is going to require changes to the ordinance in the CASA in certain areas, and I have noted in the pages 2 and 3 where those specific languages, where that specific language lives that would affect any of these changes. This is for discussion and not at all, married to anything. So I'll just real quick, investigative resources are finite and must be directed to cases that will make the most impact to our community. There are several factors that make this process more challenging than need be. In consultation with the agency and after preliminary discussion with the independent monitor, I believe the following areas will help us to realize immediate and significant improvements to the investigative and case review process undertaken by the board. Sorry about that typo. First one is to impose a statute of limitations on complaint filings to 1 year. Reasons for this primarily are because of OBRD limitations. Video is deleted after 120 days if it's not being used in a case, and also memories are less reliable. If the director believes the case warrants investigation, he or she may assign the case for investigation at their discretion, or an appeal can be made to the executive director and the board to consider cases older than 1 year by the complainant. So that's the first thing. And I would like to open this up for discussion. I know Member Nixon had some comments that he shared back with us, but let's go ahead and talk about these things.
You want me to talk about the comments?
Sure, you or anybody else.
Consideration for, was that the document I commented on today?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And if you'd like, Member Crawford has his hands up. So if you want to find your comments, keep going. Okay, Member Crawford.
Yeah, sure thing. And this is partially, I took a look at Member Nixon's comments, and I think that informed some of my thinking because I do largely agree with him. When it comes to item 1, a 1 year limitation, I think that's just a good idea. Some of these old cases, it gets really difficult to perform a meaningful investigation. It's police officers see a lot of things every day, and when we ask them questions about something that happened over a year ago, it's not surprising that they aren't able to come up with much more information about it than what's in the report. Number 2, I have some more heartburn about. Third-party complaints can definitely be a source of some frustration, but I also think that it's important that the board continue to accept third-party complaints. I think perhaps I'll put it this way. I think as it's written right now, I would not support it. I might support a restriction on third-party complaints if we could figure out a way to narrow it down a little bit better. I think it probably is appropriate to exclude those types of complaints that are kind of, I heard about something on the news, but even that I think can get a little bit touchy just because there are situations I think where someone maybe is, you know, a lot of people are not aware of the CPOA and the process that exists there. So sometimes if someone's like sees something on social media, for example, and submits a complaint, that might be a perfectly reasonable thing to happen if it's, you know, on the behalf of someone who doesn't have the ability to or the knowledge to. When it comes to number 3, I may be in a similar position. This is kind of a tricky and frustrating issue. Just aesthetically, I don't love the idea of kind of restricting people's access to the process. I do know that there's kind of, you know, this is a problem I think that the legal system has encountered, and I think courts often have rules that are kind of like this, where certain people can kind of get their access limited. I think I would support adding some sort of mechanism like that, but I think it should require a pretty high level of effort, I guess, to kind of limit someone's ability to submit complaints. Totally off the top of my head, I think it should probably require board approval and maybe something like a 2/3 approval, just because that is kind of a significant, you know, it's kind of a big step to do that. But I think that's pretty much a roundup of my thoughts, and also just say thank you for working on this, because I think this is a great effort.
Thanks. Okay, I appreciate that, Member Crawford, and I would like to take these one at a time and just see how we can move forward. So I see Director McDermott has her hand raised.
Oh, you don't want my comments anymore?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I didn't see your hand raised. So please, yes, but let's go one at a time. Okay, so number 1.
Okay, so as far as number 1 is concerned, I mean, I think the comments kind of speak for themselves, but the question was asked about the backlog and the time that it takes the 120 days that it takes to get to address a case if there's any sensitivity to that particular timeline, so that there's not like a time running out for which someone could either file a complaint or to get information back so that they can react to any complaints. For example, a complaint that is considered third party that is going to be administratively closed where they can have the appeal. I'm assuming that the answer is no, that should not affect it, because the clock has to start whenever the case is looked at. So that's.
So yeah, so this isn't contemplating cases that are being investigated and would have a finding, even if that finding is administratively closed. This is the time that somebody has to file a complaint to potentially be investigated. So we're saying that we would, you know, if you have a complaint and you want to file it from 2000, but the occurrence happened in 2017, that would be outside of that 1 year. That's being considered with this particular draft.
Okay, and so I don't even know if that's in violation of records retention according to requirements of OBDR footage. And I don't know if you had a chance to take a look at that. That's a question that I have looking at this, is whether or not deleting footage after 120 days goes against any of those record retentions, so that, you know, it's looked at.
Yeah, we don't do that. APDs,
yeah.
That's APD's policy. And so we have no control over that at all.
Okay.
This is strictly what complaints can be received by the CPOA.
Yeah, in other words, it's not in our swim lane.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
But that's the reason why limiting to 1 year. One of the considerations is that ABD has a 120-day retention policy.
Right. And then on the second part, similar to what, or the second bullet there, or second topic, what Member Crawford had stated, we're kind of in concurrence there. I don't think that any complaint should be restricted. And I understand that, you know, the time crunch for those, but I think that as tax-paying citizens And with this CASA and this whole process, that individuals should be encouraged to file a complaint if they need to. Of course, unfortunately, we'd have to sift through some of the frivolous ones or the ones that we deem frivolous, but nonetheless, I think as a taxpaying citizen, everybody on the planet has a right to file that complaint if they need to. And that's kind of the point there.
Are you talking about number 2, restricting third-party complaints?
Restricting third-party complaints, yes.
Can we come right back to that? I do still want to take these one at a time, if we
Okay,
can.
so we just talked about number 1.
Right. I'd like to finish that and see if we have a consensus from the board on that before moving forward.
Okay.
Otherwise, we just get too jumbled, I think. So again, the idea is limiting complaint filings to 1 year, like a statute of limitations kind of, to 1 year. The recourse that's available for complainants is that the director can make the decision that a complaint is worth being heard. It's important enough or significant enough that it needs to be heard. An appeal can be made to the executive director and the board to consider cases older than 1 year. Director McDermott?
Yeah, just to give you, and again, since we're doing these one at a time on the first point, just so that you kind of know where this is coming from. I know you've seen these types of cases before, but there are occasions in which we get complaints regarding something that occurred in 2006 and it's now 2022. So most of the employees are gone. Certainly OBRD in most cases is gone, potentially. I guess it depends if it was a criminal case or not. It could still be there. But this is just that initial ability to evaluate it and not expend resources in full on every single case in every single way when we have something like this that's extremely difficult because it is so old and has little to no evidence or no employees left to really be able to do anything meaningful. And the other aspect of it is the main reason why the board is reviewing cases is for policy opportunity. Well, when we evaluate a case, when we do a case, it has to be based on whatever the policy was at the time. So as an example, back in 2006, the policy was one thing. It has probably changed multiple times since now. So the board expending effort on evaluating a policy from that long ago really doesn't, be productive for you guys either, because you might make recommendations. They've already been done. So those are some of the main reasons why the limitation of time is a big thing on this. And again, if it's something serious enough, the board and director would have that opportunity and say, okay, we're going to make an exception in this one because there's something that we need to deal with. But again, being that old, less than likely on that.
And so, and good points. As far as bullet A, when it comes to the OBDR footage, we're talking about a statute of limitation, 365 days or 1 year. But I guess, remember Galloway putting this in there, for a fact that that video is deleted after 120 days. So even though they get a year, even if they do file a complaint, Director McDermott, what would happen if somebody filed a complaint and they were within their year, but they were past their 120 days and you had to investigate that?
So just to make sure, there's a few things there that I just want to clarify. Okay. So video retention is dependent upon whether it is considered evidentiary or non-evidentiary. So that is determined on whatever the type of contact and type of case it is. So if it is considered the situation that the officers were responding to is an evidence case, there was a criminal case or something like that, the videos could very well be there. If it was a non-evidentiary case, let's say it was a simple traffic stop that didn't result in anything other than a ticket or something like that, then those videos would generally be considered non-evidentiary and would expire after the 120 days, unless, let's say, we got a complaint in time, then we would retain those videos because it would be relevant to the citizen complaint. So there's that difference. I just want to make sure that was clear. So your question to, if we got a complaint that was, say, 6 months after the date of incident, and so the OBRD could potentially be gone. And yet the complaint, of course, comes in at 6 months. So in that case, we would investigate the case. We would potentially have some limitations, obviously, of our findings. So you don't often see not sustained in these cases a lot because we have the benefit of video many times. But if there was a situation where we didn't have video, we had the officer statement, we had the citizen statement, depending on some other evidence, credibility factors, we either would be able to still make a finding, or more likely than not, we would have to come up with a not sustained finding because we wouldn't have enough evidence to prove it one way or the other. I mean, that's just kind of a, general, every case is different, every case is specific. So, but that would be kind of how it would be handled. We would still be investigating, it would still be doing our work. We just wouldn't have the benefit of that video to sort of tip the scale, if you will, on some of these things. Does that
Would you
answer?
say the benefit of that video weighs pretty heavily on these cases? In other words, that's evidence that you are willing to look at and consider in cases, whether they're evidentiary cases or not?
I'm not sure I followed.
In other words, the OBDR footage plays a big role in your investigation of any particular case in a complaint.
Correct.
The absence of that has a huge impact on whether or not you can find or sustain, like you're saying, a particular case. In other words, that case they could very well be telling the truth, something could happen, but you wouldn't have the proof of that without the OBDR footage.
It can certainly impact it, yes. We have to be able to prove something at the standard of proof that we use, which is a preponderance of the evidence. So if we had enough other pieces of evidence that would give us that preponderance, even if we didn't have video, then we would be able to make that finding. But if there was truly an absence of, any other solid evidence and credibility that we could go with, then it could result in a not sustained. Now, that doesn't mean that you couldn't still, of course, address policy issues if there were policy issues in question. But in terms of the actual discipline potential or anything like that, we do have to be able to prove what's being said. And if we truly can't have enough to have that preponderance of the evidence, then we result with a not sustained. And that can happen even when you have video, but of course it's a lot more rare because video does tend to provide us, especially when we're talking conduct and things like that, provides a fairly, good basis, obviously, to make our decisions.
Okay, so it seems like there's kind of a little bit of an issue with this recommendation then, because, since OBDR footage is so important, even though you have a year, it's only as good as the 120 days on any case, unless the ones are, like you said, are evidentiary, where they're keeping the video around for some reason.
And I mean, I see to what you're saying, just to let that is why way back when, and we're talking a long time ago, the limitation was that a citizen had 90 days to file a complaint because the retention period was 120. And that's kind of where that 120 was originally coming from way back when. I know the board and the agency both have expressed to the department, we would like to see the video retention period, even for non-evidentiary cases, be extended. But at least as of this time, the department is held that the 120 days is what is best for the agency and, the reasons that they provided. So it would put some of the cases at disadvantage, but of course, that disadvantage still exists now with the cases that we have now, because there is no limitation of when a citizen can file a complaint. So this would just help control some of those cases that are extremely stale. Like I say, I've got one right now, 2006, another one, 2003. That's a really long time ago. So.
Member Galloway, what are your thoughts on changing that instead of a year, making it 120 days? Because that, at least, we're guaranteed that the footage should be there.
I just think that that's a really short period of time. Okay. I mean, it's not something that doesn't make sense. I just don't know that we want to restrict complainants that much. I was going to go with 3 years, to be honest. So, you know, this 1 year limitation is kind of that's already kind of the compromise that I think makes sense, at least to try. And just as a reminder, this is just a first stab at a bigger conversation with the Department of Justice and with the monitoring team. They may kick this all back anyway, anything that we say, and they may say, no, we're going to stick with, you know, no limitations as to filing complaints. This is just an effort to try and better utilize the resources that we have within the agency in a way that makes sense.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Let me just give a little scenario and maybe it's Director McDermott would have to tell me this. So say for instance, the officer arrested somebody, he was put in jail, he was there till after his trial, but took over a year. Okay. So he didn't want to file a complaint against the officer because he was going back and forth to court for fear the officer would retaliate, etc. But once he went through court and maybe they found him not guilty, then he wants to come back and say, this is what the officer did when he arrested me. This is what he did before he took me to prisoner transport. And he has a legitimate complaint, but we narrow it down to a year. And, you know, and I know that they keep it longer when it's a criminal case or like that, but I'm just saying, has that happened? And there is the possibility of that happening. So I understand about the year, but I also understand about him coming in and making a complaint. And I guess it, you know, that's my concern. Because sometimes they do get arrested, they stay in jail till after their court, they're found not guilty, or they're found that time served is good enough, and it's been over a year.
Okay. So yeah, those are all, you know, possible scenarios. So we do get complaints from jails, you know, so that some people do file complaints from jails. The administrative process is separate from the criminal process, but I understand what you're saying, that the citizen possibly could be concerned with some retaliation. Now, when we have individuals, I'll just give you some information on this too. We have individuals who call us, jail, not jail, whatever, who express that concern, and we do explain to them the steps that could be taken, that there's policies in prevention of that, and all of those kinds of things. And most of the time, I would say that the people feel at least well enough about it that they'll proceed with the process. But your example is, you know, we don't know about them until they file, say 1.5 years, 2 years later, because of their concerns that they didn't actually express to us. That is where, and I believe Chair Galloway was highlighting it. So we would certainly look at that on a case-by-case basis. And if the situation was serious enough, you know, if we're talking he was mean to me, he called me a name, he something like that, you know, we more than likely would not address that, being an older case. However, if it was, you know, I was improperly searched, or I was, you know, hit, or, you know, things like that, then those would be situations that would certainly at least warrant a preliminary, if we had still video in that case to benefit that, we could take a quick look at that video and see if that in fact did happen. And then if it did, of course, we would open a full and go beyond. If it didn't, which sometimes citizens do file false complaints, then, you know, we would not expend the same level of energy to go into that. So again, it's hard for me to give you absolutes on anything, but, you know, I can say that we would, as an agency, as a director, you know, would take a look at those kinds of things and look at what are the reasons why they're saying they didn't file in a more timely fashion, and what are the allegations that they're making, and kind of make an evaluation at that point.
Well, my question is here, it says, and thank you for that. It says appeal can be made to the executive director and board to consider cases older than a year. So that would require them to appeal it to both. the
Well, we're
executive
talking,
director-
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm just saying.
Go
the
ahead. No, go ahead.
The second part says, if the case warrants an investigation, may go ahead and open it. So like if it came to me and I saw it, I would just open it, you know what I'm saying? But if there was still this, I don't think it's worth it as a director, and we tell the citizen and then they say, well, no, I really want, then the board would be again in that appeal function, kind of like, you know, are with the reconsiderations now without the qualifiers.
Then, yeah, and I agree. If it came to you, the director or whatever, and they thought it was good, then yes. But yeah, we need to strike that.
And that may,
already,
yeah.
it
Sorry.
already went to the director.
That may be
Then they
exactly
appeal
what
to
it
the
is.
board.
I think that's exactly what it is. It's just striking this particular bit
Yes.
somewhere. All right, I'm going to do that for a moment so I remember that. Okay.
And so what are we doing? We're voting on each one of these? Is that number one?
Well, I think we can vote at the end. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I think we can vote at the end, but just discuss one at a time anyway. And you'll see that the idea is to capture, with each of these, is to capture the majority. There's going to be exceptions for everything, always. And that's why the caveats, an appeal can be made or the director can use their discretion. It gives the director the opportunity, if the complainant still doesn't like that answer, then they can come to the board. And you've got 9 people, right, in theory. And so it takes it out of the hands of one person. And I tend to believe 9 people can come to a rational decision. So, okay, by and large, are we okay with this? Is there any additional discussion on this point? Particularly looking at Dr. Cass? To see nothing? Okay. All righty. Yay. Okay. Moving on. Restriction of third-party complaints. And again, for clarification, this is really meant for people who have no relationship. So the example, Member Nixon, that you provided in your comments about having somebody who's on scene that's offended, I think that's different. I think this is strictly for people who are catching things in the news. Again, there's a caveat here that the board can develop a list of specific types of complaints that can be heard. Frequent flyer complaints that we get from third-party complainants have to do with things involving children. So my biggest concern, you know, a lot of the times are these cases that have to do with kids. So I would say that would go on the list. I would be, you know, advocating for that, or things that are obviously clear violations of somebody's civil rights. Anything that would fall under those categories. Those would be complaints that we would accept from third-party complainants, whatever the board decided on, and it could be reviewed at any period, right? We could say we'll review that list annually to see that it still fits for the board at the time. But this would remove some of the complaints that we receive from individuals who are more than anything looking for additional information about a case that they've seen. So I'll say that. Director McDermott, I think you have something you want to add?
I did, and I could be just for the point of discussion. You know, I know Member Crawford, Member Nixon, you had some concerns. I'll just, you know, right off the bat, allay the concerns of, you know, parent filing on behalf of child, an advocate who's filing on behalf of somebody who has maybe mental challenges that have difficulty filing on their own, things that a witness to something. All of those are absolutely the types of third-party complaints that would be accepted, taken, you know, that's kind of without question. As Chair Galloway said, it was more that absolutely removed, no skin in the game kind of situation. The ordinance that we operate and have, we don't follow currently, because it does talk about aggrieved party. And I think that's kind of the key term there, is some kind of an aggrieved party, some kind of connection to the incident. And I'll just say that the thing that I guess Chair Galloway and I slightly disagree on is the topic thing. And I understand why she says it, and I conceptually understand, but what I'm saying is there are examples of attorneys who use our process as free discovery, basically, and who just troll court documents and say, this could be interesting. Let's make the CPOA investigate it so that I don't have to expend my time and energy and see if there's actually a case to be had. Or, I'm just going to base things off of lawsuits or YouTube videos. We receive significant complaints sometimes off of a YouTube incident. Now, not to say that, again, if that YouTube incident is significant enough or seems to have merit or something like that, or is of public concern, that's where the caveat comes in that the director can say, yeah, in this case, I see there's an issue. I see there's a concern. I see, so I just wanted to kind of get that out there right away, is that certain threats to third parties, absolutely, that's no question that those will be always done. They always have been. But some of this other limitation is just kind of what we're talking about. And then with the appeals and the director abilities to change up the rule, if you will.
I think we'll agree to disagree, because I don't think under any of the circumstances you guys are describing that restricting third-party complaints is acceptable. So that's just my personal opinion.
Any additional discussion on this? Dr. Cass?
Yes, thank you. So it seemed to me that there needs to be a test of whether, if someone makes a complaint, there's a remedy available, and that can be made if they're directly affected by something. Then that means that a remedy is more likely to be. There can be something done that will reverse what the effect was on them. But if they're so detached as there's no remedy for looking for a remedy for somebody else, then it seems to me we're going to run into this situation of there's no satisfaction for case gets. So maybe the first time through, you've taken a third-party complaint and and you do a good faith investigation of it, and then the third-party complainant says, "Well, that's not good enough for me." And how do you deal with that situation? Because that I think is a real situation. And because this third-party complainant has no direct connection to the case to begin with, there's no way to satisfy them in terms of the remedy. So that's my concern about not putting some restriction on third-party cases. And and then in the law, and I won't, not a lawyer, but we've got one present. There has to be standing in certain situations to in order to utilize the judicial process. So if you don't have standing in the process, you don't get to utilize it. Well, that's kind of what we're talking about here, is how do you create standing within the community to complain? Now, I think we're much broader already than what courts allow, so which is appropriate. But at some point, I think there has to be a test of whether are we talking about somebody from Canada who decides they want to complain about the police in Albuquerque, or something that happened to something that they saw in a YouTube video in Albuquerque. It worries me that this is completely open-ended as it is.
I'm sorry, the current process as it stands, or this proposed restriction?
No, I'm proposing that we consider limitations on third-party complaints. And so I'm in principle agreeing with the process that you laid out here.
Okay, okay. Member Crawford?
Yeah, I think, I'm probably a little, not all the way to Member Nixon's end here, but pretty close to it. I think we'd have to be really narrow about what we restricted. I think I acknowledge this is not, really going to be final language. It's just the beginning of a process. So I don't want to spend a lot of time trying to, wordsmith this. I think the issue for me is just kind of that no real relationship to the injured party issue. I think kind of speaking to member Dr. Cass's point, there's, to some extent, we kind of can't provide remedies, as a board. Like, we pretty much generally, what do we do? Well, we recommend discipline for someone. So in a certain way, kind of everyone has the same amount of stake in issues. We don't have a whole lot extra that we can give to someone who is directly impacted. And with an eye towards policy issues, we can be interested in something even if there was potentially no one involved who is aggrieved by it, if it seems like the kind of thing where someone could have been aggrieved if maybe the circumstances had been different. So this is a tricky one. I think we just have to figure out a way to kind of lay out what is an unacceptable third-party case in a way that is pretty restrictive for me to be happy with this. And I'm having a hard time thinking about it, figuring out how to do that. I think the short version is it's the cases that I read about this in the newspaper, that I feel are not cases that are worth the agency's resources. But I'm not sure exactly how to articulate that. Part of my concern maybe is the tendency for us to get a bunch of complaints about that kind of thing. And there's a point where, like, well, if it's in the news, we probably already know about it, and we probably already have the ability to dig into it for like policy purposes if we want to. So maybe getting complaints about it aren't such a useful thing. I realize none of that was especially conclusive. This is a really hard issue, but those are kind of my thoughts.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I don't think anything about this is supposed to be especially conclusive. This is just a position that the board is comfortable with me and Diane and Tina having a conversation with the Department of Justice and getting their intake, and having the conversation with the city attorneys and getting their take on it. And so it's just a jumping off point, but I don't want to speak for the board when I have those conversations without the board knowing what we're talking about. Member French?
I'm going to have to go with Member Nixon on this too. I mean, and Member Crawford. I think we're walking a really fine line here, and third-party complaints or or witnesses, that sort of thing. We know if somebody reads something in the newspaper, they don't have a legitimate complaint. But narrowing down and saying who can and who can't file as a witness or whatever, I just don't think that. I'm gonna have to go with Member Nixon on this too. I just don't disagree. And then also, I wanted to say, Chair Galloway, on C, or on the last one, I'd like to see executive director taken out of all of those.
Yeah,
if
it will be.
Appeal made to the board. Okay.
Yeah,
But,
it will be.
Yeah, a person, a third party has a right to make a complaint. So yeah, I can't go along with this.
I just want to make sure that I'm hearing you correctly, because I think what I heard you say is that you agree that somebody who reads something in the news or in the newspaper or sees something on the news is not somebody who we should appropriately review complaints for, but a witness is, correct? Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, if somebody says they read something in the news, then, there is no remedy for them if they read something in the news, unless they didn't realize what was occurring at the time. They were a witness to it. They were driving by the scene. They didn't realize till later what actually was going on, and they did witness something, but they saw it in the news or they read it in, read it And so they thought, oh yeah, I saw part of that. You know, I was driving by, I was walking by.
I
You know,
agree
those type
wholeheartedly.
of complaints, we can't say you read it or you saw it. So you can't, you know, I just think we need, I can't go with this language here because there's too many scenarios.
So again, I just want to highlight this, that this is specifically discussing individuals who read something in the news or social media that concerns them. That's the intent behind this. This is not talking about people who are on scene or have a relationship with somebody who had something happen to them and they feel as though that was wrong. That's not talking about those individuals. This is strictly people who have nothing to do with the incident. So I think that you're actually on the same page. I just want to point that out.
I just think, like Member Crawford said, we need to look at this and we need to kind of rewrite it, tweak it a little bit. It's
okay.
It's not there.
Okay. I'm super interested in hearing what that may be, but that is the intent. That is the intent, exactly what you're saying. Member Crawford?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I think in some ways I'm getting maybe more nervous about some of these than I actually should. I do get a fair amount of reassurance on these by the fact that we are, it seems, basically providing 2 levels of recourse on these rules, in that the director would have the discretion to just kind of grant an exception if they feel like it. But beyond that, there is this appealing to the board term. I think I'd be a lot less nervous about these if we ensured, which, you know, this is not final language, so this is maybe just adding a sentence to this, that the intent is that that process of appealing to the board be a pretty easy thing to do. Because I just want to make sure we aren't adding like a lot of friction for people who may have valid and useful complaints that fall into these categories.
Do you have any recommendations on just like placeholder language? It can be fine-tuned. I want to get a concept, a general concept that the board's okay with.
Yeah, I think my thinking is just that we should say that someone who has a complaint that is rejected for one of these reasons should be informed that they have the option of appealing to the board, and that process should be as simple as saying that they want to appeal to the board, basically. And probably just exactly their original complaint would go onto the board agenda.
So if the complainant is not satisfied with that's even not quite right, huh?
I think maybe a way to word it would be if the director does not assign the case for investigation, then the agency will ask the complainant if they would like to appeal to the board. And if so, their original complaint will go to the board for a decision. I don't want them to have to like write out some new document, you know, for that appeal process. That seems like too much friction.
Do you want the complainant to have to be told no and then come back to the board, or do you want the director, if they choose not to send the case for full investigation, just to automatically refer that list to the board, or to refer that complaint to the board so it saves the complainant a step?
Honestly, I think that's not a bad idea. Maybe the board should just have on the agenda to review all of the complaints that were not assigned for investigation. Maybe if the volume of those is huge, we might regret it. But I mean, in the interest of starting off conservatively, that seems like a great idea, that the board should just always look at these.
How about the complainant will be notified?
Yeah, that makes sense, because I think that's my other concern is I don't want the complainant to just not hear back. They should find out reasonably promptly what happened.
I think we should put that stipulation on all of them.
I will. I think that that's just a blanket way to do those those appeals. Within 10 days, 10, let's say business days.
I think you're already kind of following up on what I was just thinking too, which is that it probably makes sense to say that the complainant can speak to the board when it makes that decision.
Member Nixon.
One of the things that comes to mind for me is the Me Too movement. Somebody reads something in the newspaper and they realize that something else has happened to another woman, another person, where they've been assaulted or something by a police officer. And that may be grounds, depending on, corroboration and things like that from a third party, where maybe an investigation is necessary to reveal something that's even more systemic in that police department. Just an example. That's an example. And can we wordsmith this? Are we wordsmithing this, trying to finalize this tonight, or?
It's just going to be a conversation starter. I just want you all to feel comfortable or know that we are comfortable with doing this at all.
Okay.
This is just for conversation.
Good. Okay, are we ready for number 3?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry. Wait, Dr. Cass?
Yes, I have a sort of consideration, and I think it's a question that Director McDermott can answer. But right now, I believe there's provisions there's language in the CASA that says complaints will be open immediately. And complaints that are received will be initiated or opened, or a case file will be made on all complaints as soon as they're received. This language to that effect. And so I'm wondering how does given that there's never enough resources to do everything for everybody, how do you triage these cases that you get at the current time? Because it seems that this is what we're actually engaging in, is some kind of a triage for cases before they come to the agency, as opposed to when they get to the agency. But it's a similar process. And so, I guess I'll leave it to you to respond to the question of what is a way, given that you don't have the resources to investigate every case immediately. How do you deal with those?
So, if I may, you're asking a couple of different questions that are kind of crossing over. So let me see if I can clarify it. So when complaints come in, the CASA says they should be started soon, expeditiously, immediately, whatever the word is. I can't remember off the top of my head. But anyway, so the complaint comes in, we initiate the investigation and proceed with it. So this process, there would have to be some language change if the DOJ was, amenable to that, because we wouldn't be initiating that complaint immediately. Let's just say it didn't meet the criteria, I reject it. Then it goes to you guys to make that assessment. So of course there's that delay of when the complaint would be opened. So there's that factor. So there's that answer, I guess. Your other question about prioritization, that's a different issue. So right now, as our, complaint list, if you will, is assigned to an investigator. An investigator triages it using a variety of different factors. And of course, this would all be part of some training that you guys want to talk about. But when we look at a complaint, we try and assess as best as we can, is it likely that this situation has some sustained findings in it? If that answer is yes, that we try and kind of move that one to the top of the pile. The next thing we kind of evaluate with it is how severe or serious is the allegation. If those types of things are more serious, then that's going to be moved up. The ones that suffer when we're short resources are those lower level type of complaints, which potentially would be resolved on the different issue where we've talked about modifying that SOP, because those types of complaints would probably be going to the area commands anyway. So everything is sort of interconnected, but for us right now, that's kind of how we try and prioritize and triage it, is likely sustains, more serious implications, discipline policies, things like that. And then the lower level conducty type things tend to be moved back down a bit if we have to make choices. We try not to, but if we have to.
Well, I think that's my point substantially, is that I think you in general do have to make some kind of choice, because given that you can't investigate all things at the same rate, at least, something has to be put on the back burner. And if you have essentially frivolous or third-party complaints which are unconnected, that may force valid complaints out of the investigative process, so that now there's a competition here between what are the third-party complaints which we're trying to deal with here and are valid complaints where individuals are directly affected. So we can't have it both ways, it seems to me. I mean, we can't allow, fix everything for everybody and also, deal with the people that are most affected.
Well, of course,
there's ultimately there'll be a competition. That's all. That's my point.
And that struggle is one that we have right now, of course. There are some complaints that we receive that have so little information because they are coming from a third party, and then perhaps that third party doesn't even want to participate in the investigative process, so we have even less information, or they only have whatever they have. So if that isn't really providing much information, we do expend quite a bit of energy looking into those cases when we don't have a lot to go on in the first place. So, I mean, that all happens right now. And we juggle it the best way we can. So, I think that basically the intention of this is to try and structure it and limit some of the ability to help with that prioritization and help with that categorization, I think is, definitely where this is headed. And the intention is not just the agency having to figure it out, but that the board and agency are partnering with what has the most impact for the most citizens and figuring out that benefit as much as possible. There's always going to be somebody that isn't happy, of course, but trying to do the most good for the most people.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Member Crawford?
Yeah, given that this is just a really preliminary document, and I've probably already gotten too far into working the language, I wonder if it would help assuage concerns if we just added to the beginning of the paragraph for 2, something just like, the intent is for this to apply narrowly only to those complaints where it's unlikely that a useful investigation can be performed.
I have to unmute myself. You can't answer questions if I'm muted. You want to change, wordsmith this language a little bit?
Yeah, I guess I'm suggesting that we just add on to the end of what you have right now, something like, the intent is to apply narrowly only to those cases that are unlikely to yield a useful investigation. And, this is just the beginning of a process, so we don't have to spend too much time right now figuring out exactly the details there. even if we did, I'm sure by the time it got to the DOJ and stuff, it would get all changed around. So.
Okay, so forgive me. The intent is to apply this criteria narrowly so that what?
I'd say the intent is for this to apply narrowly to those cases which are unlikely to produce a useful investigation.
For this to apply narrowly, one more time, past that.
To those cases that are unlikely to produce a useful investigation.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think that looks good.
Okay. Are we good with 2? Move on to 3. Whoops, too far. Reducing the number of complaints investigated by the agency that are submitted by vexatious complainants. And whoever called me out on this is absolutely language by lawyers in a room of conversation. This is not my language. Cases that are consistently found to be administratively closed or unfounded. That's what this would apply to. And again, same caveats, appeals can be made. The director can use their discretion. Any conversation about this, or are we largely okay with that? Member Crawford?
I think the only thing that I really want to change about this before it goes forward is on that paragraph A, where we say the agency will compile. I would like to say, I don't think I want to change it to the board will compile. I think what I want to add is that the board has to approve that.
I think that's what I intended. I apologize. Also there, and when I was thinking about this, it was going to be like a certain number of during a period. So, 3 administratively closed or unfounded in 6 months, or 5 in a year, or something like that. And I don't know what that number would be, but I think that was kind of what I was hoping I would hear tonight. Diane?
Yeah, I just to kind of again give you some things to think about, and again, Chair Galloway and I disagree a little bit on the mechanics of this, but the idea is that we have some individuals that will go through phases, I guess. So it's difficult for me to conceptualize when we're talking about this list, because that list will change over time. And most often what this is referring to is we do have some individuals that have some pretty significant mental health issues that will file complaints, and they will file lots of complaints, and they are all about similar or same things. So we look at those complaints to make sure, obviously nothing is different or anything like that. We would certainly do that. But that is just, that's the thing we struggle with. And just to give you, those that are new, a historical perspective to this a little bit, way back when, again, if we had an individual who continued to file, these, for lack of a better, like just completely fanciful, out there kind of complaints, they were actually sent a letter that said, basically you can't file anymore until you have a mental health kind of sign off saying that you're good to file. And again, that maybe that wasn't the best way to do it, but that was the way it was done way back when. So again, we have sometimes some of these complainants that we're just at a loss. There's just nothing to do because they are inventing a situation that their illness, their condition, it just is, it's a struggle, let's put it that way. And so I just kind of, that's like where some of this is certainly coming from, because there's no value to investigating it, and we're not making them satisfied because we're in the position of having to basically say what you are complaining about is not true and due to your whatever situation. And a lot of times it's CIT is providing some of the insight for some of these individuals that are, on their radar too. So, that's where some of this is certainly coming from, is what is the best way. We spend a lot of time looking at complaints that, we are pretty assured based on what we've already done that, have no basis. So just kind of to give you that perspective.
Dr. Cass?
And I support this as well. I think there's a legal parallel to this also. It's called abuse of process. And I'll look for Council Gooch to shake or nod her head, but in case there's, individuals who, abuse the courts or abuse the process that is made available to them. So to the extent that it interferes with other people getting justice or having their complaint reviewed, whatever the case may be, I think it's important to balance those two factors or those two groups against each other, because not everybody can have everything that they want resolved, especially if it's judged by the majority of people to be, out there frivolous. So looks like another, it looks like that there's already a practical way that you deal with this, and to make it more clear, so I think. So I support that notion.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay,
Yeah.
so,
There's more discussion.
okay, Member Nixon.
Yeah, so, anytime we go down this slippery road until there's a better way to put people on a list and basically censor them, whatever their mental health condition is, without treading on anybody's rights, especially in this process, I'd like to see it. But from what I've seen on this recommendation, I'm not convinced that we've gone to that point, and maybe this needs to be wordsmithed some more or whatever to hone in on it. But so it's a little bit vague, and I can see where this could be something that can really be used against citizens if deemed necessary.
If I remember correctly, and I could be mistaken because this is certainly well before my time, when we first started this process of the CASA, I think that there were limitations, and that there was some problems that arose due to the limitations that were in place. And I think I remember hearing that the Department of Justice kind of intervened and broadened the types of complaints that were heard, or the length of time somebody had to file a complaint, that kind of stuff. So I have to believe that if in these discussions we're narrowing things too much, we will not receive the support of the Department of Justice, and we will not receive the support of the city. So again, I think that this is just a starting point, and just to have the conversation. This is not a decision. This is an okay by the board to start those conversations with people who have to approve of it in order for us to be able to do this anyway, because it will require changes to the ordinance and to the CASA. As it stands right now, we can't do this. I'm sorry?
How about we vote on starting a conversation as opposed to trying to work this?
That's what this is the okay to have the conversation and the parameters with which those conversations can be had. So if we're comfortable with this, then I would ask the board support allowing Director McDermott, Counselor Gooch, and myself to engage Elizabeth Martinez and whoever is acting for Steve Aguilar and the monitoring team to kind of work this and then come back to the board with the outcomes of those conversations. That's the motion.
I'm sorry. I thought I misunderstood. Oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Patty.
I'm sorry. I thought this conversation was for us to give some of our thoughts and then, you know, we, as you say, it's starting the conversation. But now you're saying that your group of people, whoever they were that you just named, will now just take the few comments we made tonight and go back and work it again. I mean, it's 10:35. You know, I've looked at it and I've read it and we've been here so long. I can't say that, you know, all my thoughts are coming through, but I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I didn't know when you kept saying this is just to start the conversation. I didn't know that you meant it would go back to this group outside the board.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, that's the item on the agenda is the proposal to the DOJ and the monitoring team and city attorney. I mean, that's how it's listed. So that was the intent, was to be able to have this conversation and have the parameters from the board as to what we can discuss.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Okay, there's a motion and a second.
Chair Galloway, who seconded? I missed that.
Dr. Cass.
Okay, thank you.
Valerie, go ahead.
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Member French? Member French?
Yes, I hear you. And this will be brought back to the board, correct? Chair
Yes.
Galloway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then yes.
Thank you. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
No.
Motion passed 4-1.
Thank you. Okay. I think that was the biggie. So moving on, a draft proposal to the monitoring team, fine-tuning board member annual training proposal. This also came out of the conversations with the monitor and trying to gain some clarifications. Let me find my motion. So the motion is to avoid further confusion as to who must complete the CASA required annual trainings described in paragraph 275. The CPOA board requests the monitoring team consider the proposed recommendation. Any individual appointed to the Albuquerque Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board during the first calendar quarter of the year must complete 8 hours of annual training as prescribed in the CASA, paragraph 275, within the same calendar year. Any individual appointed in calendar quarters 2, 3, and 4 are encouraged to complete the additional 8 hours of annual training if they are able, but will not be required to do so until the calendar year following their appointment. The requirement must be completed by the member annually thereafter. So that is the motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Varela.
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the budget process and request. It's an update from Director McDermott.
Pretty much already provided the information in my report, so I don't really have anything additional to add. There's probably nothing that needs to be continued onto the agenda until something different develops with that. So, but I stand for questions on that.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, we will move on. Next item is an update on the board requested training. Also, Director McDermott.
So you had heard back because the Roberts rules and the city legal is more actually the legal department as opposed to myself, but Mr. Pacheco had given you that kind of update that it will be probably on hold basically until a full board is appointed and either Attorney Aguilar is back or somebody takes over for him. So there's that. Regarding the investigative training, I did send you the pre-assessment writing exercise. So there it is. And then the outline is basically the topics, not the full, obviously, training itself, but an outline for when the actual session would be to cover. So the board is welcome to set whatever timeline it feels it needs for the pre-assessment portion, and then we'd schedule the second half after that.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, okay, move on. Thank you for sending that out, Diane. Next item on the agenda is changes to initial training. The only update that we have for that is that the request that was sent to the monitoring team came back with the recommendation or with the requirement that it goes through the Department of Justice and the city attorney for their feedback. So that's kind of where it's at. That's really the only update on that. Next item on the agenda is the consideration of the IMR liaison position. That was previously held by Tara. And since she's no longer on the board, I have asked Member Crawford to serve in that role and he has agreed. So just letting you guys know that he will be working with Counselor Gooch to review the independent monitors reports when they come out in draft form for the board. Any questions about that? Okay. Next item on the agenda is CPOA Board Subcommittee assignments. And this is the way this is shaken out for the moment. Policy and Procedure, Dr. Cass and Member Nixon. Outreach, Member Nixon, Member Crawford. Ordinance, Member French and Member Crawford, and Personnel, Member French and myself. Okay. I'll send that out to the agency and to the board. Next item is board member responsibilities, new member training requirements. Member Crawford and I will sit down and kind of check in with where he's at. And I believe Member French has completed her initial trainings. So we're good there. Our 8-hour annual training requirements, the forms were submitted by Dr. Cass, Member Nixon and myself to the director and then subsequently to the independent monitoring team. So those were the members that were required to complete that 8 hours of annual training, and all of those things were done shortly after the first of the year. And then annual board member review meetings. This will be information that I'm going to send out to you guys probably the beginning of next week, if not over the weekend. There's a requirement in our policies and procedures to conduct review meetings for each of the members. So we'll be scheduling that and I'll send out some more information shortly. The last 3 items on the agenda are holdovers from the last meeting because we didn't, spell out when we would table them to, so we have to carry them forward. But it's an intent to table item O. So I make a motion that we table item O, consideration of supplemental questions for the CPOA Executive Director applicants until after the committee's had an opportunity to meet.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Varela?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Same thing for item P, consideration of changes to proposed timeline and process for CPOA director appointment. Intent to table. I move that we table this until after the subcommittee has met.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
And Chair Galloway, for clarification, what subcommittee has met? Are you referring to personnel?
Personnel, yeah,
For both? Okay,
for all three of these.
for all three. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Seeing no discussion, Ms. Varela?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
member French,
Yes.
member Galloway,
Yes.
member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. And finally, item Q, consideration of communications to stakeholder groups on CPOA executive director appointment. Motion to table until after the personnel subcommittee is met.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Varela?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
member French,
Yes.
member Galloway,
Yes.
member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Okay, item 12 on our agenda is other business. Do we have any other business to discuss this evening?
I have
Member
a
French?
question. With those new committee assignments that you just signed us, we were already, member Nixon and I were working on that ordinance, and we had another meeting scheduled. Did that just get disbanded, that committee? I wasn't sure on your committee assignments, what happened.
I had you and member Crawford on that committee. See. Take member Nixon off of outreach and swap. So then it would be, outreach would be member Crawford. Well, no, I guess in me. We'll do that. And then ordinance will be member Nixon, member French.
Thank you.
I have a question about that.
Yeah.
And that is, if you swapped essentially member Crawford and member Nixon between the policy and the case committee. If you swap them back, then it would be as it was before.
So member Cass, member Crawford on PNP.
Correct.
That's fine. And then member Nixon, member Crawford. Nope. Member Crawford and myself on outreach. Member French and myself, and member French, member Crawford on ordinance. Is that right?
Member French and member Nixon on the case review, which is ordinance review, which is the way it is now.
Yeah, I'm confused.
I'm going to send out something.
Okay.
You don't have to remember this. Dr. Cass and member Crawford for PNP. Okay. And then I'll figure the rest of it out. Any other business? Not seeing any. I would accept a motion to adjourn. Our next meeting is February 10th. I'll second. Ms. Varela?
Sorry. Member Crawford?
Yes.
Thank you. Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Wonderful. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.